comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge, located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena, to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the Spanish Poker Festival main event here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. In seat 1, we have Sao Sha Leo from China. Seat 2, Mark Berman from the UK. Seat 3, from Germany, we have Nussnacker. Seat 4, we have Armand Toglu. Seat 5, Eduardo De Bellis from Italy. Seat 6, from the Netherlands, we have Schuard Giespers. In seat 7, from Canada, we have Mark Fishman. And rounding out our table, in seat 8, we have Stefano April from Germany. My name is Dan Rankin, and I will be your host and commentator for the conclusion of this event. We will crown a champion here for the Spanish Poker Festival main event today, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. I'm excited to be bringing you more action. We are just waiting for the action to get underway. The small blind will be 60k. The big blind will be 120k. With 120k big blind running ante, you see our chip stacks here. Sao Leo out in front with 62 big blinds with 7.5 million. An astonishing chip lead. The closest to him is 3.3 million. That is Geese Bears. We see 4 or 5 of our players in that 15 to 30 big blind range. 27, 23, 20, 19 and 17. Stefano April with 13 big blinds and only one player with under 10 big blinds at this table, who you might remember if you were tuning in last night, Nussnacker. Excited to see the conclusion of this tournament today, and we will crown a champion for the sum of €46,500. And of course, first, second, third and fourth will all receive a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Great to be back here with you guys. Joining me on this Monday afternoon. We are in a new month now. It is August. Dust your cobwebs off. We'll make something happen. The orange chips are 5k. The green chips are 25k. The white chips are 100k. You can find out all the information about upcoming events in the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. The World Series of Poker Europe, the first, second, third and fourth place tickets today, that will take place during the series that's on in Rozvadov from October the 26th to November the 16th. A mammoth series there with a 10k buy-in. But in the meantime, there is plenty more events taking place in the King's Resort. You can find out all the information on that website. Also, for all of our viewers and streamers, all of our viewers, you can use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off all merchandise in the King's store so you can dress like a king. There are 24 players remaining. We are just getting the action back underway. I am excited to see how the day's action will unfold. We had about 5 hours of action last night and a tremendous amount of bust outs. We started with 97 players. We finished with 24. You can see in the top right hand corner of your screen there was 1,409 entrants. There are 24 players remaining, and I was doing some rooting around online and it looks like the Frenchman Armand has scores on his Hendon mob to the sum of about $300,000, and I think that is the most accomplished player at this table from what I could gather. And it is him that is going to open up the action, playing a stack of about just under 2.5 million. Will raise to 260k and take the blinds and antes with King 10 offsuit to get us started here. If you have any questions throughout the day, feel free to keep it going in the chat. I'm always happy to help with any questions or concerns. Always enjoying bringing you the action live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Non-stop action here, of just event after event. This will conclude our Spanish Poker Festival today, as we will crown a champion. However, we are just getting started. From the 8th to the 15th of this month, we will have the Party Poker Championship, the Czech Party Poker Championship. The following weekend after, we will have the Swiss Poker Open. The following weekend after that, still in August here, we will have the EPM, the Euro Poker Millions. That's all just in August alone. Round to Stefano April here in the cutoff, playing a stack of just under 15 big blinds with ace-10 off suit. Deciding to play for all the biscuits here, moving all in. We have one player from the UK, Mark Berman. No snacker will let it go. Stefano April will take the blinds and antes. I do expect we will see a good few bust outs again, but the play will slow up as we get closer to that final table. They're playing for serious sums of cash here. Also on the line is that ticket that I am always mentioning. Just value after value here at Kings. And for a lot of these players, this is the most amount of money they will have ever played for. I do not know about the rest of the field, but it seems to me that Armand is the only player that has cashes for over $250,000 here. I googled a few of the other players and it seemed like they had barely had any cashes for over a few K. So he will surely be feeling quite comfortable at this table, as he should. Now we have a Canadian. Kings just attracting players from all over the world. Player from Canada flying all the way to Central Europe. Mark Fishman playing a stack of about 2.5 million here, will raise from early position with Jack 7 of hearts. Quite a large raise from Mark, 415k. That screams strength, even though his hand is only Jack high. If I am the other players at the table, I'm taking note of how large of a raise he's making off that stack size. But Nussnacker having no choice and having to go all in here for his last 400k with pocket sevens. And he will be dominating and very happy to get it in here for a pot of 1 million to get him back in the mix. Mark's going to need some help. He's going to need some hearts, some straights. The jack ball. 7 no good, obviously. Nussnacker in great shape here. About a 2-1 favourite. Can't really ask for much more coming in to this table that short. The flop is Ace King 9. No help whatsoever to Mark. Backdoor straight draws, maybe runner. Eating a jack. Some sort of help, not even a heart on the flop for him here. Turn is the queen. It does give him a good shot. A 10 would make him a straight now, but you can see just underneath his cards, he's only 16% chance to win the hand. Nussnacker will double up here and some. Great start for Nussnacker. He's back to nearly 10 big blinds. You cannot ask for much more given the situation. Hello to moderators in the chat tuning back in. Hope you had a good sleep. The top 3 in this tournament. The top 4 will be taking €15,000 and more. 14,850. We will get a raise from the Chinaman with ace-3 offsuit in the hijack, playing a mammoth stack of over 7 million. Can afford to be raising willy-nilly in a lot of spots. It is around to Armand with the two ladies in the small blind. He will put together a 3-bet to 760k. That will get Leo to quickly fold his ace rag. See, the average stack is almost approaching 3 million, 2.93 million, the average stack. Just over that 25 big blind mark will be the average, with 24 players remaining. Everyone would fold around. Schuard Giespers from the Netherlands will take the blinds and antes. Schuard Giespers in the small blind with ace-10 offsuit, playing a little under 30 big blinds to start the hand. He is just going to move all in, with the big blind only having 1.7 million. Surely Mark won't be calling with 8-7 of diamonds. Schuard will take the blinds and antes once more. All players now guaranteed €1,297. About a pay jump of about 500. They can make it a couple more players. Three players remaining now. They will have reached that pay jump to €1,545. I did see Brock Lesnar doing that to the ring, and I was wondering what the hell has happened to wrestling. Although, back in my day of watching it, they were burying each other alive. The Rock and Sock connection, Mick Foley, Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, The Undertaker. That was when I would have been watching it before I became an MMA enthusiast. Big fan of the UFC. There's Mark hauling the small blind, completing with 9-5 off suit, and Stefano with Queen 5 of hearts. Checking his option. And it is Ace, Jack, 8, 1 heart. Not much going on for either player. Stefano obviously way out in the lead. Backdoor hearts here. He'd probably check and see a turn. The turn is the Jack of clubs. That is important information about the King's Resort. They've lowered the price of the rooms from 8th of August to 15th of August for the championship, the Party Poker Czech Championship. And Mark is just moving all in here for 1.5 million, which is a bit crazy. We'll show the 9 high. I guess he's thinking his opponent can never really have an ace. And with 2 jacks on board, it's very unlikely his opponent has a jack. We are not really repping much, going all in for that amount into that small of a pot. Risky behavior from Mark, but it does take the pot down. Ronda Rousey, I hear, is doing very well in the WWE, yes. He was a savage in the UFC until he had a couple of bad fights. He was great on the ground, but her boxing was a bit out of tune at times. Mark Fishman raising on the button here with 9. Oh, he's just called. He's called with 9-8 of clubs. I like this from Mark. Less than 20 big blinds. He's going to be in, not seeing a flop here, I doubt, with Stefano holding pocket 9s in the small blind. Now, if I'm Stefano, I'd probably just put it all in the middle. I don't really want to give my opponent on the button the opportunity to see the flop with a hand as vulnerable as 9s. Too many overcards. Yeah, she was always very entertaining, Ronda Rousey. Crazy competitive mindset. You see the average stack is now over 3 million. Brock was also very good in the UFC, but he just, too many injuries. He damaged his liver, I think, or his kidneys at some stage. Especially, he got some bad liver shots in one of his fights against Mark Hunt. One or two other fights as well, he took a lot of damage. He was an absolute beast. But a very hard thing to maintain a career in the UFC and still be fighting in WWE. You need to pick one or the other, I feel. Meanwhile, back to the action. Nussnacker has moved all in under the gun with ace-6 of diamonds. Leo with pocket eights in the small blind. Is he going to let it go? Oh, he's called the 980k. We have an all-in in the call. 2.3 million in the middle. Nussnacker needing help, needing an ace for some diamonds, some straight draws. Leo way out in front here with the pocket eights. Well afforded. That's why I was shocked. I thought he was folding his eights, but no. Leo way out in the lead here. That will give him even more of a lead here with pocket eights and jack, 7, 9, all spades. Turn is a 6. That gives him an open ender. Nussnacker could win with a 6 now, or an ace. The river is a 4, and that will eliminate Nussnacker in 23rd place. 22 remaining now. All players guaranteed €1,545. You see an update of the chip counts. Leo out in front, 8.3 million with 68 big blinds. Our small stack is the Italian Edoardo De Bellis, 14 big blinds. The rest of them all hovering between that 15 to 30 big blind zone. Average stack now 3.2 million. Getting close to 30 big blinds. Was a €250 buy-in, generating a prize pool of €300,000. Astonishing numbers. 1,409 entries, 22 remaining. There is a 30-minute delay. You're just tuning in. My name is Dan Rankin. I am your host and commentator for the remainder of this Spanish Poker Festival main event. We will crown a champion tonight. With 260k raised from under the gun from Eduardo. Round to Armand in the big blind. He's just moved all in for 2.9 million with ace king, and I like this move. Don't really want to be free betting, letting our opponent see a flop, and with less than 30 big blinds and more than 20, we just want to go all in here, take the blinds and antes and our opponent's opening raise. There's enough juice out there in the middle for the taking already. He does do just that. So call from Mark Fishman with king 6 of spades from early position. A check from Eduardo in the big blind with 9-5 of clubs. 420k in the middle, and the flop will come ace, 6, 6, 2 diamonds. Not much for Eduardo there. Mark, very strong with trips. Expect Mark to bet now. Decides to check a second time on the deuce of hearts on the turn. The river has come in 9, and now Eduardo has a piece of it. He might get called for a small sizing. A bet of 120k will get called by Eduardo. And Mark will win the pot of 660k. Mark checking his trips twice, getting paid by allowing his opponent to catch up. Round to Mark Berman in the cutoff, pocket fours. Raising to 260k. No one really having much. Giesbers with 9-5 offsuit. If he wants to see a flop, he'd have to call 140k more. Decides to fold with his junky 9-5 offsuit. Man from the UK will take the blinds and antes. An update on the chip counts. The graphics, not much has changed. Only Eduardo now under 10 big blinds. Leo out in front with nearly 70. 27 big blinds for Giesbers. Armand the same. Then 3 of our stacks in that 15 to 20-ish big blind range. Round to Mark in the hijack with pocket 8s this time. Will raise again to 260k. And Eduardo going to put it all in here with ace king. For 1.1 million. Mark with a raise and an all in behind him. I think the pocket 7s are most likely to just go in the muck here. Would cost him a little over half his stack. Mark will eventually fold his pocket sevens. And Mark has also decided to fold his pocket eights, which is quite a tight fold. It is for a lot of his stack. The ace king will get richer, taking it down pre-flop. No messing around. Leo with ace queen off suit from under the gun, playing a stack of over 8 million. We'll raise the minimum to 240k. Look at this, Armand. From the hijack, we'll expect him to 3-bet this one, having a bit too much to just go all in this time. 3-betting to 675k. Fishman behind him with the same hand. Only one ace left in the deck. The ace king in great shape against ace queen and ace queen, and he goes all in for 2.1 million. This will get called by Armand. The Frenchman will be massively in the lead with two of the cards Fishman has in the muck. You can see Armand out in front with 78% favoured. Look at the size of this pot, 4.7 million. Fishman is going to need one of those remaining queens in the deck, or he is going to be our 22nd place finisher. Big moment here. The flop is king 4 deuce, and that's all about just going to do it here. The Frenchman getting way richer. And as I aforementioned, he is the most accomplished player at this table. So Armand having a nice stack now. Be playing nearly 6 million. That's a lot of chips for this table. Fishman will be eliminated.
Open.
You've heard the man, seat open. €21 players remaining now. There is a pay jump of about €200. 18th, 19th and 20th will receive €1,799. That's a great start for Armand. Big chunky double up for him there. He will be playing almost 50 big blinds now. Now, 21 remaining, 3.3 5 million is the average. Mark Berman under the gun, pocket sixes, playing a stack of about 2.5 million. Just under. And around to Leo in the big blind, ace king off suit. He will just raise all in. Mark won't be calling his tournament off here with pocket sixes. Leo will take the blinds and antes with his ace king off suit. Armand early position, queen 9 of spades. We'll let that one go. Leo in the small blind with ace 5 of clubs. We'll just move all in. Mark will muck his 7 high. Round to Leo with Jack 4 on the button. Won't be opening this one. Mark going to complete his option. And you might remember Manuel Kurz if you tuned in last night. He has just joined our table. We now have 3 Germans at our table, I do believe. Not sure how many Spaniards are left. There was concern about that yesterday. We only had 1 at our table all day. Javier was eliminated pretty soon after the stream started. Just 2 Germans, I apologise. Leo, 71 big blinds out in front, 8.6 million. No player under 10 big blinds now. 13 big blinds is the shortest.
5 plus. 6 plus. 8 plus. 1 raise, 240,000.
Leo will raise to 240k with King 9 of spades. Mark Berman will reshove all in for 1.7 million with ace queen off suit. And look at this, what a time to pick up ace king. Kurs moving all in for 2 million. This is a nightmare for Mark. The other two players will get out of the way. Armand and Leo folding back around to Mark, who has turned his cards over. He has ace queen, and we get the really bad news. He's up against a dominating hand in the ace king offsuit of Manuel Kurs. Mark is going to need a lot of help here, or he will be our 21st place finisher. Not much Mark could do here. Kurs just picking up a dominating hand at a great time. It's an ace and a queen in the window. Ace, queen, 10. What a flop for Mark. Manuel needing a king or a jack now. Turn a 7 of hearts. Mark way out in front, 88% favourite. As we head to the river. The river's the 4 of diamonds. What a double up from Mark. Very lucky there, hitting the lady when he needed it the most. That will leave Manuel Kurs with fumes with about 3 big blinds. An update there. 69 big blinds for Leo. Manuel now with 2 big blinds. No one else under 10. The stacks between 20 and 30. Blinds still 60k, 120k for a few more minutes. Then they will be 80k, 160k with a 160k big blind running ante. There are 21 players remaining. Three tables of 7. I do believe there will be a redraw when we get to 16 players. And of course, there will be a redraw when we reach the final table. So it is Armand and Leo way out in front at this table. Hello to the new people tuning in. The winner of this event will get €46,500. And of course, be crowned the Spanish Poker Festival main event champion, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Leo with the min raise to 240k. Mark with King 10 of clubs, deciding what he wants to do. After getting those newfound chips, he could afford to 3-bet here or call. He is putting together a 3-bet. And that 3-bet will be to 720k. That will get everyone to fold. Mark will take that one down. Round to Leo with ace-9 offsuit. Will raise the minimum once more, 240k. That will get everyone to fold. Eastburst not looking to see a flop for 120k more. There's 20 players remaining now. See, there was another bust out. One of the outer tables. All players now guaranteed €1,799. Leo raising once more to 240k, this time with King Queen offsuit. Round to Stefano in the big blind, playing 1.4 million. Does he want to see a flop for 120k more? The answer is yes, or yes, he does. Had another bust out, so 19 remaining now. Flop is 9, 6, deuce. Not much there for Stefano, apart from some backdoor opportunities. Leo with the betting lead. Decides to check his option, containing the Queen of Diamonds also. The turn, a great card for him, the King of Diamonds. Giving him top pair with a Queen kicker, also a Queen high flush draw to boot. Stefano just with the Jack of Diamonds. I would imagine Leo will bet and take it here. bet of 220k. We'll get the job done. Just 10 players away from the Spanish Poker Festival main event final table. The bigger stacks can really apply pressure to the smaller stacks. You can feel pressure in the atmosphere. All players wanting to make that final table and give them a chance to win that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, the title, and of course the whopping sums of cash they are playing for a €250 buy-in. We will have a redraw when there is 3 more players eliminated. Stefano Priel in the small blind decided to limp. I presume he was limping with the intention of going all in if his opponent raised. Giesber's raising with the pocket rockets here. A great time to pick these up in the big blind. He's on the button. Apologies. Stefano is going to move all in over the top. Had the positions wrong. Giesber's of course going to call the 1 million, and we will have an all in and call, and a Priel needing big help here. 2.8 million in the pot. The ace is way out in front, of course. 86% favorite here. This is terrible timing for the king queen offsuit, but not much you can do. Your hand dictated to go all in. Flop is Jack 7-6. No help to Stefano Priel. Giesber's way out in front here. 97% favorite. The turn is the 8 of hearts, and that will do it. That will do. Unlucky for Stefano Priel. Will eliminate another player. 18 remaining now. 2 players away from a redraw. We see Manuel Kors running on fumes. 2 big blinds. Leo out in front with 71 big blinds. Armand with 46, and the rest 37, 36 and 17. Manuel Kors all in with his deuces. Armand having him dominated with pocket nines. He will call the 355k. Now Leo with ace queen off suit. What way does he want to play this with a stack of 8.5 million? He all in for 355k. Just 3 big blinds and a call from Armand. Expect him to put the squeeze on here from the small blind, making it somewhere in the region of about 1.6, 1.7 million. Maybe a little more even. Yeah, 1.2. I would have went a little bit bigger here, but it indicates the same thing to Armand. Mark going to get out of the way with his king jack offsuit. Yes, the orange chips are 5k, the green chips are 25k, and the white chips are 100k. Pretty soon we'll have 500,000 and 1 million chips in play. Difficult spot here for Armand. Does he want to see a flop for 845k more? Does he want to put the pressure back on his opponent? Or does he want to just fold? Or this sizing, getting the price he is getting, I don't mind a call. Leo did look a little bit nervous putting in that 3-bet. That is why if I want my opponent to fold a hand as strong as 9s, I might make it 1.4, 1.5, 1.6 million instead of 1.2, giving our opponent the odds. But it makes no odds now as he has got him to fold pocket 9s. Maybe if the pocket 9s had re-raised themselves, it would have got the ace queen offsuit of Leo to fold. But as it stands, we are off to a classic race. The flop is ace 8-8, and that is terrible news for the deuces. Top pair, nearly the top is the kickers. To go with is top pair. Manuel Curse picks up a flush draw on the turn, never without a bit of drama here at Kings. The turn is the 5 of spades. The river is an ace, however. Full house for Leo will eliminate Curse in 18th place, and we are one player away from just 16 remaining and a redraw. Unlucky here for Manuel Curse. After that hand with ace king, it's a great spot for him to double up there, but the opponent flopped top 2 on the flop. That was all she wrote in that situation. You see now we just have 5 players at the table at the moment. Nearly 80 big blinds. Leo approaching 10 million chips, which was nearly double of any other player. Armand just over 5 million. Chouard, Giesbers with 37 big blinds, Mark Berman with 34 big blinds, and our short stack is not that short, nearly 20 big blinds, 17 big blinds for Eduardo de Bellis. That is how we stand here with 17 players remaining. All players now guaranteed just over €2,000, €2,055. Leo opening to 250k, pocket 8s. Armand in the big blind with ace queen of hearts. That looks like a re-raise from the big blind with ace queen of hearts to 650k. Just 400k more for Leo to call. Button against big blind. I don't think he will be going anywhere. You want to put the pressure back on his opponent or just see a flop for just 400k more. You can see there is over 1 million in the pot, so he is getting good price to see the flop with pocket eights. But if he thinks Armand is light, he might decide to put in a 4-bet, but I think the safe option here with 17 remaining is the better play, and he does do just that. Falling to 400k more, 1.5 million in the pot already pre-flop here. And that flop will be 6 deuce deuce rainbow. Great flop for Leo. Armand deciding to check his option. A bet of 475k from Leo. Will get looked up by Armand. Not going anywhere yet. We will see the turn. You can see the pot is now 2.4 million. And look at this, the queen of diamonds on the turn. Armand now takes a massive lead. We'll check once more. Leo most likely just going to check behind and see a river. Control the size of this pot. The river coming, the king of clubs. Now, if you're Armand, do you try to get value from a hand exactly like the one Leo has, pocket eights, but instead it goes check, check. Armand will win this pot, and the guys will be nearly level here. Well, not quite level, but a nice pot for Armand, and he will get closer to Leo's chips. Only about 2 million separating them now. And you've heard the dealer, the blinds are up. The price of poker is going up here. 80,000 for the small blind, 160,000 for the big blind, with 160,000 running ante. Leo opening from the cutoff to 200 or calling. Will be a minimum raise to 320k now. Leo doing just that, raising to 320k from the cutoff with Jack 10 offsuit. Armand playing over 6 million now. Rozvadov way out in front here. Both players flopping top pair, 10-5 deuce. Rozvadov with the better kicker. And you see this right in front of your screen. Leo's bet quickly moved all in from Eduardo for 1.7 million, so it would be 1.4 million more for Leo to call, and think he just has too strong of a hand to be folding. He does call. He wasn't liking it, but not much he could do. Great shape for Eduardo here to double up. 87% with his queen 10. Leo needing help from a jack. The turn is the 7 of clubs. The river is the 4 of clubs. The queen 10 of Eduardo doubling up here. Will now be playing a stack of 4.2 million. Big moment for him. Leo under the gun, raising 320k. Armand on the button with the same hand. Will fold. Eduardo stacking his newfound chips. Will fold. Eduard Giespers in the big blind, playing a stack very similar to Eduardo's, 4.2 million with ace jack off suit. Deciding whether to just call or 3-bet. Both options are fine in my opinion, as long as we're not folding. Deciding to just move all in. Take that pot down. A lot to risk with just over 4 million here, but it might be just the best play. Not wanting to play pot against the chip leader. Deciding to use his hand as an all-in, take down the blinds and antes and Leo's 320k. The stack size, the average stack size is almost 4.2 million now. 17 remaining. We will have a redraw when one more player is eliminated. Mark getting a walk with 6-5 of diamonds. Eastbur's on the button, pocket threes. And a call in the big blind from Mark for 180k more with King 6 offsuit. Ace 5-4 rainbow. Eastbur's with the betting lead is putting out a small bet. Looks like 320k or 450k. That will get Mark to fold. Eastbur's in the cutoff with Jack 8 of diamonds. Right, so let that one go. Leo, pocket fours on the button. Will raise to 320k. Mark Berman, Jack 10 of clubs, playing a stack of 4 million. There will indeed be a redraw when one more player is eliminated. You can see in your top right hand corner of your screen 17 remaining from a starting field size of 1,409. Depending on what way Mark wants to play this one. We'll 3-bet to 1 million. Leaving himself with just under 3 million behind. Now what does Leo make of this 3-bet? Does have a pocket pair button against the small blind. Leo finds the all-in. Very quick fold from Mark. A nice move by Leo. Like that move by Leo, saying if you have a pair that's greater than 4s and want to call off your tournament, then go right ahead. Putting the pressure back, getting to fold exactly like a hand he had. Berman on the button with ace deuce offsuit, raising to 330k. Armin getting out of the way in the small blind, and Eduardo with king 7 offsuit in the big blind will let it go also. Round to Eduardo in the small blind. We'll call the additional 80k, hoping to see a flop for cheap. Now Giesbers with pocket trees. He is reaching for chips. And Eduardo has moved all in with king 4 offsuit for 3.8 million. Very quickly here. Very strong looking move by Eduardo. We can see that he is full of it with king 4 offsuit, but Giesber's going to have to lay down his pocket trees here. This is a massive shove by Eduardo, not believing his opponent in the big blind. That will work. Eduardo will pick up those chips with king 4 offsuit. Giesbers will fold his pocket trees. The players are getting up. We must be having a redraw at 16. That will mean we are going on a short break, but stay tuned. We're going to be coming back with our final 2 tables. Redraw. 16 players remaining. Leo still out in front as our chip leader with 7 million. Mark Berman, our short stack, that's not even that short. He's still playing 20 big blinds. There's a lot of play at this table. Things are just getting heated up live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Stay tuned. I will be back in about 16 minutes.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back for the final day of the Spanish Poker Festival main event. Seat 1, we have Schuard Giespers, Thorsten Eberhard in Seat 2, Vasil Veselinov in Seat 3, Angel Madrid, Seat 4, Dmitry Bogdanov in Seat 5, Draga Rubel in Seat 6, Armand in Seat 7, and the player I did not get to in time there is Simon Zayu. You asked for a Spaniard, you have one at this table, guys. Angel Madrid play it with 18 big blinds, 2.9 million. Dmitry Bogdanov way out in front here, playing a stack of 10 million chips. Traga, who you might remember from yesterday, was very entertaining. 37 big blinds of 5.9 million. Armin 35 big blinds. Giespers 28 big blinds. And we have two short stack, Thorsten Eberhard, a new player at the table, 7 big blinds, and the other new player, Vasil Veselinov, with 6 big blinds. Blinds will be 80k, 160k still, with a 160k big blind running ante. We are just waiting for the action to get back underway. If you were just tuning in, my name is Dan Rankin. I am your host and commentator for the remainder of this event. We are live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. We will play down to a champion today. This was a €250 buy-in, generating a prize pool of €300,000. Our winner tonight will walk home with €46,500. And first, second, third and fourth will have an additional prize of €10,350 World Series of Poker main event ticket. Well, let's get the action underway. First hand with this new player, Vasil. Pocket aces. Great time to pick these up, moving his last 1.1 million in the middle.
4 pass, 5 pass, 6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass. 1 pass.
Round to the big blind of Torsten. Let that go. Vasil shows the pocket aces. New chips in play. For those 500,000 pink chips you will see from time to time. White ones are 100k, green ones 25k, orange chips 5k.
Raise 435,000. 7 pass.
Draga
8 pass. 1 pass.
putting together a raise of 435k with ace-9 of diamonds from early position. Torsten is going to gamble here with his pocket fours for his last 910k. Draga going to be getting too good of a price here to fold for just 475k more. If I know the Israeli from yesterday, he was very willing to gamble. $16 players remaining. A starting field of 1,409. 2.1 million in this pot. Draga flipping with his ace-9 of diamonds against Torsten, pocket fours, but it is Torsten who is at risk. Flop is 10, 7, deuce, all clubs, so a great flop for Torsten. Turn is a 3, and that is a great turn card for him. 91% now for him to double up to 2.1 million. River seals the deal with the king of spades. Sit back down, Torsten. Take your jacket off, get comfortable. You're not going anywhere yet. Ball hit for Shraga, still playing a stack of 5 million. For any of our viewers here today, we are running a special promo. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at the King's shop. If you want to dress like a king, you can find out all the information about the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. There are 16 players remaining. We just had a redraw. As we play down to that final table. All players are now guaranteed €2,055 for their efforts so far. Just crazy numbers once again for another series in King's Resort. I am unsure as to how many Spaniards are left. We have one Spaniard at our table, Angel Madrid. I am not sure how many Spaniards are left on the outer table. Here is Angel now, paying a stack of 3 million, just under. Raising in a small blind with the 10 deuce of diamonds to 380k. Dmitry Bogdanov by a landslide. Our chip leader at the table, playing a stack of 10 million. With a hand as pretty and as strong as King Queen of Hearts, will just move all in. That will obviously take the pot down. The 10 deuce of diamonds not able to call all in, obviously. The King Queen of Hearts will take that one. Giesbers, ace-10 offsuit from early position, playing a stack of 4.5 million. Little under 30 big blinds for the Dutchman.
One raise, 325,000.
Raising to 325k.
Two pass. Three pass.
Vasil holding his ace-7 offsuit. Putting small blind and the big blind all get out of the way. Giesbers takes the blinds and antes.
Eight pass. Play it out. One pass. Two pass.
Around to Vasil.
Three pass. Throw.
Spaniard. Angel of Madrid. Pocket Rockets in the cutoff, playing a stack of 2.6 million.
Four raise, 325.
Raised to 325k.
Six pass. Seven flop.
Armand wanting to see a flop with 10-6 offsuit for 165k more, so flicks it in. The flop is Queen 7-5. Not much going on for Armand here.
Seven bet 160.
Armand deciding to lead out for 160k. Picked a bad time.
Four raise, 425.
Angel sitting there with the pocket rockets. Angel making a small raise to 425k. We'll get a quick fold from Armand.
One pass. Two pass.
The average stack over 4 million now. Vasil be playing the 9-5 offsuit. Angel with Jack 10 of clubs, playing just over 20 big blinds now after won that hand with his pocket aces on the previous hand. 3.3 million in the stack.
4-8, 325.
We'll raise to 325k.
6 pass. 7 pass. 8 pass.
Makes the blinds and antes and Thorsten under the gun, ace queen offsuit. The average stack is actually closer to 4.7 million now, with 15 remaining. We'll just raise all in.
3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Armand, ace jack offsuit on the button. 2.1 million for him to call. He's playing a stack of 5 million himself. Perhaps this is a little too rich. Would need to call about half his stack. Gives a little smile. Does let it go.
8 pass. 1 pass.
Surprise, surprise, mother. The king is back.
We've had yet another purchase. Philip just bought white Christmas Scribbles t-shirt on the King's shop. Nice purchase, sir.
Good luck.
3 extra large dark blue t-shirts. We see an update of the chip counts. Dimitri now 11 million as our big stack, and our short stack with just 1 million. Couple of those stacks grouped in between 3.5 and 4.5 million, you can see. So quite tightly bunched as we get closer to that final table. Dimitri opening to 350k, but it's bad timing because Armand in the cutoff. The Space Cowboys Pocket Kings. Will raise. Will 3-bet to 1.2 million. That will get the job done. Raga letting the King 2 or King 10 offsuit go from early position. Simon Zayu paying a stack of 3.4 million in the cutoff, so just over 20 big blinds for him. This looks like 350k raise is going to get through. We'll take the blinds and antes, which are 400k now. The price of poker has gone up. Raga now, his turn to have pocket aces at the table. He cracked pocket aces in dramatic fashion if you were tuning in to yesterday's stream. He had pocket sevens and turned a 7 or flopped a 7, I can't remember exactly. But it was a huge pot. It would have sent him packing had the aces held. He also turned a set with pocket deuces on 9-6-5 against pocket jacks. So let's see what develops here at hand 42 of the Spanish Poker Festival main event, here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. He's raising to 385k, 4.2 million behind. This is big trouble for the pocket queens of Angel Madrid, the Spaniard. Big action incoming here. We'll see him either raise or go all in. He's decided to raise, and the 3-bet looks to be in or around 1.1 million. This is a huge moment for both players. Does Raga just want to call? No, he moves it all in. Angel Madrid calls it, and you're going to see a massive pot here. 7.3 million in the middle. And it is Shraga, the Israeli. Shraga Rubel, way out in front. Angel Madrid needing help. Where's the lady? He needs a lady, and he needs a lady quick. Or he could be out the door. The flop is Jack 7, 6, 2 spades. Runner, spade working for him now, but you can see he only has an 11% chance of beating the pocket aces here. The turn sends him closer to the door. A king of clubs. He needs a lady and a lady only, or he will be our 15th place eliminator, and he is eliminated in 15th place. Angel Madrid sent packing with his 2 queens. Shraga getting a lot richer with the pocket rockets. An absolute setup. Nothing he can do here. The deck has just been very cruel to him. That will move Shraga up over 8 million. We'll just get an update of the chip counts now. 8.4 for Shraga. Getting close to Dimitri, but Dimitri's still out in front with 10 million. Armand, 35 big blinds, 5.7 million. Giesbers, 28 big blinds. Simon Zayu, 23 big blinds. Torsten with 13. And our absolute short stack at the table is Vasil Veselinov, playing just a stack of 4 big blinds. He will get €2,311 for his efforts, but crushing blow to the pocket queens. Raga cracking the aces yesterday, containing the aces himself this time. The average stack creeping just over 5 million, 14 remaining. Things are heating up here. All players now just 5 players away from the final table of the Spanish Poker Festival main event, and 10 eliminations away from that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Exciting stuff developing here in the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Nice to see so many of you tuning in on this Monday, bank holiday of August the 1st. Torsten moving all in from the cutoff with pocket 7s for 2.1 million, and Vasil will really have to take this opportunity to put the last of his biscuits in here with King Queen offsuit. Just too good of a hand, but looks like he's going to have to let it go. Okay. Just too strong of a hand here for Vasil. We can't miss out on too many of those opportunities to get our money in coin flip situations. Sometimes we're going to be ahead. A lot of the time we're flipping. There's just too much money in the middle up for grabs each hand. You've made the pay jump. You've only 5 big blinds. The all-in is coming at you for about 13 or 14 big blinds. Going to contain a lot of small pairs. Sometimes hands that you dominate with King Queen, and all the Ace X hands that we are doing well enough against with 2 live cards. Also, we need to take into consideration that we are not going to have as many opportunities to go all in, because the big stacks are going to be opening a lot to put pressure on the smaller stacks, as they should be. And therefore, we are going to get less opportunities where it is folded around to us for us to have the opportunity to put our chips in the middle. And therefore, we need to take our spots and pick them wisely. raised to 350k from Simon Zayu. With the ace 3 of hearts. Get your predictions out in the chat, yeah. We like to see a good poll here. And hello to Mort, nice to see you're back. Today has definitely been as exciting as yesterday. Maybe not quite as many bust outs, but that is to be expected as we get closer to a final table. And that is all going to be in our players' heads here. Pressure is mounting, but we have seen a considerable amount of bust out hands and interesting spots so far today, and we have not been streaming that long. The action is unfolding nicely. There is a long day of poker ahead, so you're joining just in time. Excuse me. The average stack getting closer to 5.5 million now. 13 players remaining. All players now guaranteed €2,567. This was a €250 buy-in. And look at this, Vasil finding an opportunity to move all in for 710k. Ace slickens, ace king of diamonds here for Vasil. Drago will fold. Armand will probably most likely not call off with 10-2 soft suit. Vasil will take the blinds and antes. Vasil, pocket tens, moves his last 1.1 million into the middle. Vasil takes the blinds and antes, will increase his stack by 400k, so nearly 33% of his stack there added. And for any of you viewers just tuning in, you feel like buying some merchandise, get over to the King's shop, use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order so you could dress like a king. Surprise, surprise, the king is back. Meanwhile, Dimitri raising with ace-5 of hearts to 350k. Playing a stack of 10 mil. But look at this, Simon Zayu, pocket jacks in the small blind. Perfect reshoving stack here with 2.8 million. He has just decided to call the 270k. Taking the conservative route here, this close to the final table. 4-6 deuce rainbow. Good shot for Dimitri to go with his ace high. Backdoor hearts. Simon with the overpair. Dimitri with the bet of 300k. Simon with the all-in for 2.5 million. Simon will take that one down. You hate to see that for Dimitri. You want to see turns and rivers there. You also want to bet your hand for protection. Denying your opponent equity. Although he is going to have a very capped range there. Calling from the small blind. This close to a final table. What I mean by a capped range is he can only have a certain amount of hands. Calling from the small blind is going to indicate a lot of strength from the opener, or to the opener. Draga opening to 425k with ace jack of diamonds. Thorsten in the big blind, queen 10 off suit. We'll let that one go. Draga will take the blinds and antes. I think we can make an argument for calling in the big blind with Queen 10 offsuit, but this close to the final table, the pressure is going to get to the players. And although it is only one more big blind to see a flop, when we are out of position, there is an awareness and an acknowledgement in the air that our opponent can put more pressure on us than normal. Having said that, with a stack of 2.1 million, if we hit the flop, we can just check raise all in with a draw or a 10 or a queen. So taking all those factors into consideration, I would have liked to see a defend. We can fold weaker hands, but for one additional big blind, playing a stack that can just check raise all in, if we do hit flop a piece of it, I would rather see us call and see the flop than fold. But you cannot blame players for playing tight in these situations. They've been playing for 3 long days now. I realize it is only the afternoon, but they have many hours behind them from yesterday and the day before, so they are still going to be tired. It's also hard to sleep when you are running on adrenaline. And for many of these players, this is the most amount of money they have ever played for. Draga fast becoming the fan favourite, it seems. Raising to 460k. Some of my favourite players to watch over the 9 or 10 streams I have done as a host and commentator, I have found the older guys to be the most entertaining. Some really fun hands to watch over the last month or two. Call from Armand. Under the gun raise from Shraga and a call from early position from Armand. I believe we will see this be quite passive. But it's Armand that flops best. Shraga probably going to c-bet this one. See where he's at. Try get his opponent to fold like a weak pair. But Armand flopping very well here, will not be going anywhere for one bet of 575k. We will see a turn, 2.5 million in this pot already. No one with a heart. Turn will go check, check quickly. The river, the king of hearts. And if I'm Shraga, he's going to try represent a heart. He's got the heart and the commitment to bet 1.4 million here. This is by no means an easy call for Armand. And this is for a lot of his stack. And he quickly folds. Shraga with the big cojones there. Big bet poker on the river. It was some solid stuff. Hard to see Shraga betting on that river without a heart when the turn goes check, check. That is what's got him to fold with his bet of 1.4 million. Shraga certainly not shy, and what do we always say here? A shy baby don't get any sweets. That will do for Shraga. Still 13 players remaining. The average stack getting close to 5.5 million. All players guaranteed €2,567. Falling out of control here. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Easy money is correct. Dimitri checking again with Queen Jack high. Shraga going to put something together here. And that will do once more. Shraga moving his stack over 10 million now. I can't help but feel Dimitri might have put a bet together or maybe a call with Queen Jack had he not been distracted. But it is Shraga that will take it down with his war garble of a hand. And 52 now. Simon Zayu under the gun. King 10 of clubs. And I'm just seeing in the right hand corner of the screen we've had another elimination, meaning we are only 3 players away from the final table now. Seal folds. Dimitri folds. Raga folds. I don't see Armand calling 300k more with 10-6 offsuit. Would be in very bad shape going to the flop. Saying just 4 million behind, lets it go. Vasil, Jack, 10 of clubs in the hijack, playing a stack of 2.1 million. I'd like to see him do something here. Does decide to let it go. Update of the chip count. So Shraga in the lead, just shy of 10 million. Dimitri closely on his heels, 9.3. East Bears 4.2. Armand 3.9. Thorson with 2.1. And Vasil with the exact same stack, 2.1 million.
How much? 5 raise, 425. 6 pass. 7 pass. 1 pass.
Dimitri with 425k raise with Jack 9 of diamonds. Going to get this one through. Shraga, King Jack off suit and a hijack. Putting together a raise.
6 raise, 465,000.
465k is the raise.
7 pass. 1 pass. 2 pass.
We've had another elimination, so just 11 players remaining now.
3 pass.
There must be carnage happening at that outer table. Meanwhile, Shraga takes the blinds and antes, moves his stack just over 10 million yet again. 2 players remaining from the final table now. All players guaranteed €2,865 now. The average stack 6.4 million.
6 pass. 7 raise, $500.
A raise to 500k. Since the blinds have just gone up to 100k, 200k with a 200k big blind running ante.
2 pass.
Vasile pocket jacks moving the last
5 pass.
of his chips in the middle, 1.7 million. And Armand has called with the King 10 offsuit. And it is Armand who is behind, has Vasile covered. Big moment for both of these players. The jacks needing to hold. Jack in the window. Jack 10-6. That is a tremendous flop for Vasile. 95% now that he will double up, and Armand will be short with 2.2 million. The turn gives him a good shot, straight draw. He would need a queen now. And the river is a king. Vasile doubling up with his pocket jacks. Armand down to 2.2 million now. Just playing 11 big blinds.
705.
Still 11 players remaining. Armand under the gun, letting the King 10 offsuit go.
1 pass. 2 pass.
If you're liking the action that is taking place today, on Sunday the 14th and Monday the 15th of August, the Party Poker Championship Czech main event will be on. That is a €330 buy-in. $500,000 guaranteed there. 6 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets added. Guaranteed, sorry. King's Hotel has lowered the price of the rooms for that event. All the rooms under €100 for a 5-star room. How could you go wrong? You haven't been to see King's Resort, you're missing out. It's an absolute must see for anyone on the poker calendar. A buy-in range for every kind of player. All the amenities you could ever want and more. Lockdown poker action takes place in the King's Resort week in, week out. Spurs with pocket 8s.
1 raise, $400. 2 pass. 3 pass.
Dmitry Bogdanov with ace king offsuit.
5 raise, 1.1.
Gonna put his ace king to the test. 3 betting to 1.1 million.
Six pass. Seven pass.
Action back to Giesbers with pocket eights. Tough spot for Giesbers here. They're playing 6 or 5-handed. The strength of your pairs go up considerably. The 3-bet coming from the button, playing a stack of well over 8 million. I wouldn't have blamed him to putting it all in there with pocket eights, but he does decide to let it go. Dimitri will extend his chip lead and now play a stack of 11 million. So Dimitri really taking control of that one.
To raise over. Three pass. Five pass.
Orson moving all in for his last 1.7 million. The King 10 fades. Raga, who is closely in second place here.
Six pass.
Dimitri only having about 1 million more than him. He's still playing almost 10 million. Will get out of the way. Giesbers folding in the big blind. Torsten will add the blinds and antes, which is 500,000 now to his stack. We will move on to hand number 60 of the Spanish Poker Festival main event. The seal, pocket eights. Going to posture on this one before letting it go.
Five pass. Six raise. 425.
Armand on the button with ace 5 off suit.
Seven pass. One pass.
Schraga putting it together here with the 4-3 of clubs. Taking it down. Yes, quite a tight fold from the pocket eights, playing less than 20 big blinds. However, it is easier to watch from home when you're sitting in that seat and the pressure is on when you're that close to this final table. First, second, third and fourth will get a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket.
6 plus.
From the pocket eight's perspective, probably did not want to be raising into a full table. I know it's not a full table, 9-handed or 8-handed, but just with them stacks behind him, and probably his best course of action would be to just move all in, or at the very least min raise, but decided against it. Yes, the World Series of Poker Europe main event will take place from November the 11th to November the 16th. That event is going to be huge. That's just the main event. There is loads and loads of events on before the main event even starts. And before that, again, we have a World Series of Poker Europe circuit events. They will start taking place on the 21st of September till the 9th of October. Before that, we will have the German Poker Days from the 7th of September to the 11th of September. Before that, we will have the Benelux Classics taking place at the very start of September. But that is September, guys. We have August to look forward to first. There's a $500,000 Party Poker Czech Championship from the 8th of August to the 15th of August. But back to the action, and I will fill you in on the rest of the events that will be taking place. But let's worry about the event that's taking place right now. Armand has moved all in with pocket nines for his last 1.7 million. Draga will surely be calling this with pocket tens. However, Dmitry Bogdanov is in the big blind with ace queen off suit, asking for a count. A lot of action taking place here. An awkward enough spot for Dmitry Bogdanov with a raise and an all-in behind him. If he is to move all in over the top, Traga will be in dire straits there with the tens and would probably have to let them go for that many big blinds. But as it stands, it will be an all-in and a call. It will be the nines against the pocket tens. I don't know why he is thinking this long. He is certainly not folding his pocket tens. I feel we are just waiting for him to call for 2 million more. Update on the chip counts. Okay, so Armand was all in for 2.6 million and Traga a little bit of Hollywood, I feel. Interesting to see him posturing this long from how quick he was calling all-ins yesterday. I don't feel like this is a slow roll, but I don't feel like he is ever bowling, so it was just a matter of doing up the chip counts and the maths in his head, and he will call and see he is massively in front. You've got a feel for Armand here. You do think you're doing well with your pocket nines when your opponent postures for that long. However, the Shraga way out in front. 80% favourite here with the pocket 10s against Armin's pocket 9s. The flop is King 8-6, 2 spades, putting Shraga's pocket 10s even more in the favourite zone here. And that turn card, the 10 of hearts, actually gives Armin a good shot. Premature celebration here for Shraga. Always not coming 7 this time. And Armin will be eliminated. Shraga will get richer, and we will move one player away from the final table. Armin, a bit of a favourite today, but Shraga also has been eliminated in 11th place and will take down €2,865. And we are on the final table bubble, guys. Do not go anywhere. Update of the chip counts. We're playing 5-handed now. Shraga out in the lead, 13 million.
One pass.
Yeah, he struggled to replenish his stack after that King 10 off, raise and call against the pocket jacks. It is Thorsten moving all in this time with King Jack of diamonds from the cutoff.
Five pass.
And Shraga, 2 million to call in the big blind.
2,070,000.
Can't see him folding this one. He is really just working it out in his head once more. Decides to let it go. Quite surprised there. Great opportunity to knock out another player, move to the final table, and increase his chip lead. Just trying to preserve his stack, perhaps. But ace-10 offsuit going to be way out in the lead against a cut-off shove for 10 big blinds. You will see players be loose in certain situations, tighter in others, and it has to be running through their head for that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Just 6 players away from that extra bonus on top of the title and the small matter of all the cash they're playing for. Decision fatigue also has to come into play, playing for 3 long days. Can only make so many good decisions. Vasil all in the cutoff here with ace-jack offsuit. And Giesvers surely was folding. And Vasil will aggressively pound the table after just taking the blinds and antes. Better to just take the $500,000 uncontested here. Very amusing theatrics going on around the table. Great action coming from this Spanish poker festival yesterday and today. Plenty more action to come because we have not yet reached the final table, and
One pass.
a lot of interesting characters going to this FT.
Two pass.
I feel there is some fireworks to unfold yet. Braga taking the $500,000 with the 7 deuce of spades. And he is starting to become my pick. Although I can't be seen to have any favoritism, I always say the shifts in momentum are always the favorite to win and take down these events, and
I raise 450.
Traga seems to have all the momentum at the moment, but it is a marathon, not a sprint.
6 pass. One pass.
I try my best to be an unbiased host, although if we ever see an Irish flag, I will always root for my countrymen. Dimitri with the under the gun raise to 450k. Thorsten, 10 big blinds, just over it with pocket eights. Needs to seize this opportunity to move all in, and he does.
3 pass. 5 go. Give me big blind. Shut up.
We have an all in the call. Dimitri with ace queen of clubs. Thorsten, Eberhard, the German, pocket eights. A classic race. It is Thorsten at risk. Big moment here for both players. Dimitri wins this, he's rivaling the Israeli. If he loses this, he still has 8 million. Thorsten needing help, but ahead for now. Sorry, not needing help, he's ahead for now. King 3 deuce puts him out in the lead. 70% chance that his pocket eights will hold now. 4.7 million in the middle. The turn is the king of spades. 84% for the pocket eights. Dimitri needing an ace or a queen. But it is a jack of spades. Thorsten, sit down, buddy. Stay till the job is done. You will double up, sir. Paying a stack of 4.7 million. Dimitri will still have 7.9 million. We don't take kindly to spoilers around here. We want to make the action as exciting as possible for our viewers.
Okay, change that. Good luck. Thank you.
Oshraga, Rubel, 67 big blinds, playing 13 million. The closest to him is 7.9. Thorsten, 4.7. Isbers, 2.7. And our short stack is Vasil, just playing 1.4 million. 7 big blinds for him. Average stack 7 million now. Thorsten folding the queen nine off suit on the button. Seal shoving pocket sixes in the small blind. Dimitri folding his rubbish in the big blind. Jacks for Thorsten. Will raise to a cool $500,000. Dimitri will call in the small blind 400k. Flop is Jack 10-7, 2 clubs. Open ender for Dimitri. Thorsten with the set of jacks. We could see this all go in here. Dimitri with the raise to 1.3 million. Thorsten going to just put this all in. Action Dan bringing you action. I predict some an all in the call here. This is sick enough for Dimitri, but he'll have to call it off. 9.8 million in this pot. This is huge for both players. Dimitri needing help, just 26% to hold here. Thorsten way out in front, 74%. Set of jacks. Just shy of 10 million in this pot. It's absolutely huge for the players. The turn is the 4 of spades. And Dimitri hits the river with the 9 of clubs. And that will eliminate Thorsten. Oh my God. Huge. Yikes. That's going to set our final table. Thorsten will be eliminated. Our 10th place finisher. That is sick. Will be a redraw, but you better not go anywhere. We have a final table to watch here. Stay tuned. The final table of the Spanish Poker Festival. Main event. Final table. Just shy of 20 minutes.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Spanish Poker Festival final table now. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Seat 1 we have Lubos Svetlik. Seat 2 Deniso. Seat 3 Simon Zayu. Seat 4 Dmitry Bogdanov. Seat 5 Shraga Rubel. Seat 6 Gispers. Seat 7 Vasil Veselinov. Seat 8 Andrei Lisset. And seat 9 Leo. You see the chip counts. Shraga out the lead with 13 million. Oh, sorry, he is in second place with 65 big blinds with 13 million. Leo must have had a stormer at our table. I do believe they call him Kevin in Spain. He's playing over 100 big blinds. Dimitri just behind there with 63 big blinds. And then after the top three, the next three chip counts are all 30 big blinds, 25 big blinds, and 22 big blinds. They're kind of grouped together. And we've got Deniso with 17, Jespers with 13, and only one player under 10 big blinds is Vasil. With Dimitri and Shraga, almost identical chip counts, just 2 big blinds in the difference. But you see Lubos, Andre, and Simon very closely contended. Deniso, 1 million behind the three of them. Jespers, 2.8 million, and Vasil, our only player with under 2 million. But it is Leo out in front by a landslide with 21 million chips. Enjoyed watching him play earlier, and I'm interested to see how this final table unfolds. Just waiting for the action to get underway once more. Delighted to be bringing you commentating for this evening. My name is Dan Rankin, and I will be your host until we crown a champion for the Spanish Poker Festival main event for the sum of €46,500. First, second, third, and fourth will all receive that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket to boot. And of course, they are playing for that title. It is important to note that Andrei Deset, the Russian Federation, is our most accomplished player at this final table with a total life earnings of close to $1,859,000 on his hen and mob. That will be one to watch at this FT. I'm really interested to see how this final table unfolds, because there seemed to be crazy carnage on the outer table, where although we did have a few bust outs at our table, a lot of the action and bust outs seem to be coming from the outer table. You don't just get 100 big blind final table stack from nowhere. You gotta break a few eggs if you want to make an omelette.
Split money, no possible. Couple. No possible. No possible. All the way. All the way.
My apologies, he is from Slovakia. He's getting flags mixed up.
I want to give my friends some, if you don't want, it's okay.
Apologies.
Black, shuffle on your piece.
Okay, so we start with the blind 100 to 200,000. Yes, sir. Congratulations everybody for the final table. Good luck.
We are just about to get the final table underway. Yes, Slovakia. Russia is a big difference. Meanwhile, back to the action. Shraga, ace-8 offsuit, under the gun +2. Leo on the button. Ace-9 offsuit. The raise from Shraga to 525k. Three bet to 1.5 million from Leo. Really going to put the pressure back on Shraga here. Shraga will fold. Leo will gather them chips, add 1 million to his stack, playing a stack of 22 million now. We have one Spanish player remaining, Deniso. Yet to see any action from him. We've assured Yeast Bears with the pocket rockets under the gun +2. Nice time to pick them up. Who does the chat want to see win out there? 400 of you tuning in now. We will play down and crown a champion of the Spanish Poker Festival main event tonight. Simon Zayu calling from the big blind with 9-10 of clubs. We'll go heads up against Short Eastbirds, the Pocket Rockets. Seven, 5, 5, 2 clubs. Eastbirds still in the lead. Simon with a flush draw and some backdoor straight draws, and in his eyes maybe even a 9 or a 10 could be good. Probably just wants to call this one and control the size of the pot. A lot of good current cards available for him. He could just decide to just move it all in. He's just moved all in for 5.5 million. I'm going to get the bad news that Giespers has the Pocket Rockets. The Pocket Rockets 71% to knock out Simon Zayu. The first hand, one of the first hands of this final table. 5.8 million in the middle. turn is the 10 of diamonds. The river, the 7 of hearts. Geespers will get a massive double up. Diamond will be down to 3.1 million. No elimination this time. Heart pounding out of his chest. Didn't want to see a club there. It was a very scary board for the pocket aces. He does get the job done with the pocket rockets. Basil, 9-7 of clubs, letting that one go. Short stacked. Not good enough to go all in with 9 high. Round to Deniso. Ace 4 of diamonds, playing a stack of 3.1 million. Just over 15 big blinds. Weighing up his options here. Does he just want to go all in or raise? He is opting to raise. Raising to 500 or 450. Diamond in the small blind. With the two ladies playing a very similar stack. Just after taking that hit with the 9-10 of clubs. All in will get that done. Simon picking up the 850k to his stack. Deniso folding the ace 4 of diamonds. My name is Dan Rankin. I am your commentator and host for this Spanish Poker Festival. Leo, the raise to 450k. Chip leader at this table. get the job done. Pick up the blinds and antes. Yes, I'm reading the chat, Gypsy. What are you asking me? You have to stand out. I try to interact with the chat as much as possible. Vasil with pocket sevens under the gun, 1.8 million, playing about 9 big blinds. This is a good opportunity for him to go all in. Try to pick up the blinds and antes, but he is under the gun. He is into a full table and he will fold. Round to Deniso in the hijack with Jack 10 of diamonds. That was a good opportunity for the pocket sevens to go all in and pick up the 500k up for grabs there. Just the blinds and antes. However, they are 5 players away from winning that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets. That is going to be playing in all the players' heads. They're also playing for big sums of cash that they might not have had the opportunity to play for before. There are also some huge stacks behind. Pressure will get to you. Also decision fatigue setting in on the 3rd day of playing. The magnitude of being at a final table playing for this kind of money. €46,500 for first. Every final table I have commentated on in the last 2 months has had the additional value of that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, and it has come into play and created weird dynamics, weird situations. You'll see weird all-ins and weird folds. And it is easy on the outside looking in, but when you're sitting and you've played for 3 days and all these pay jumps and all these considerations to take in, it is hard to make the right decisions. And pocket sevens would have been a good candidate to shove all in there, but it's also marginal enough. If you were called, you were likely going to be behind, or at the very least flipping. Some people do not want to do that at this late stage. Lubos raising 500k or 400k. Shraga 3-betting from the button with ace queen off suit to 1.5 million. Back to Lubos. If you are just tuning in, we're running a special promo for our stream viewers. Just use the code STREAM10 to get 10% off your order at the King's shop. You can dress like a king. Surprise, surprise, the King is back. You can find out all the information about Kings at the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. Non-stop action takes place in Rozvadov, one event after another. There's Lubos with King Jack off suit here from early position.
One raise 500,000. 2 pass. 3 pass.
Raising to a cool $500,000, leaving 3.5 million behind. Braga just calling in the cutoff this time, playing cautiously this hand, having just taken down a pot with ace queen off suit on the button. There's Andre Deset. By far the most accomplished player at this final table, and one to watch. And if he gets a stack going, it's going to be very hard to contend with him. We will see the flop, 1.5 million in the middle, 9-8-3 rainbow.
One check. 5 bet. 700,000.
That bet, 700k from Braga after Lubos checks over to his opponent. It's probably going to be very hard for him to contend with his stack of 3.5 million. I do predict that King Jack will go in the muck. Ace 10. Going to take this one down. I can't help but feel if Lubos had put a bet together there, it might have just worked. Although Shraga, he's not someone that likes to fold easily on flops and turns. We did see him make 1 or 2 very tight laydowns pre-flop, however. A lot of support coming in for assured Eastbers.
1 pass, 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 raise, minimum 500.
The blinds are up. The small blind is now 125k. Big blind 250k.
4 raise, 500,000.
With a 250k big blind ante.
6 7 pass.
And raised to 500k with the ace 6 of hearts from Dmitry Bogdanov.
8 pass, 9 pass.
Leo gets out the way. Blinds and antes will go to the ace 6 of hearts.
Goes off clubs. 2 pass. 3 pass. 4 pass. 5 pass. 6 pass.
Folded around to Vasil in the cutoff, playing a stack of 1.3 million. Again, another good opportunity for Vasil to get the blinds and antes here. Less players to get through than his pocket sevens under the gun. He does decide to fold. Leo all in with his pocket trees from the small blind. Lubos not going to be able to do anything here with Queen 4 offsuit. Gord getting loads of support in the Twitch chat. Seems to be the fan favorite here. Leo understanding the situation of the small blind and the big blind, moving all in from the button with the 5 deuces diamonds. Short, Spurs holding the 4 deuce of diamonds. Andre in the hijack, letting the King 7 offsuit go. Leo in the cutoff. Most likely just going to put maximum pressure on his opponents once more. Understanding the situation, understanding the stack sizes of his opponent, understanding the pay jumps and the magnitude of playing for that World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket worth €10,350. Deniso, Spaniard in the small blind, understanding he's getting short, and Leo is shoving very wide, calling for his tournament here with King Queen offsuit. With his all in and call. Leo with the best hand here. 60-40, all the same. The flop is, I see a king in the window. It is King 10-6. Great flop for Deniso. Straight draw for Leo. Turn is the 9 of clubs. 20% now for Leo, 80% for Deniso. The river is the queen of clubs. That is sick. Deniso has been eliminated. Leo will get richer. Take down his pot of 4.8 million, and we will be down to 8 players. Unlucky for Deniso. Great flop for him, but the river not so much. He will take home €3,450 for his efforts. All players remaining are now guaranteed €4,400. You see the updated chip counts on the graphics in front of you. 100 big blinds for Leo. Raga is the closest to him with only 56 big blinds. I say only, but it means Leo out in front with over 100 big blinds. Our short stack Vasile with 5 big blinds, and A lot of our middle stacks bunched closely together. You will see Leo raising very loosely now, able to put so much pressure on the stacks at this table. Simon Zayu calling with ace-8 of diamonds from the small blind for 475k more. The flop is queen, queen, 6, 2 diamonds. Action flop, Leo with the best of it with his pair of sixes. Simon Zayu with ace-8 of diamonds. It's almost a flip, this one. I predict they will get this all in. Simon does indeed shove for 2.9 million, and Leo 2.6 million more for him to call. Decides to let it go, thinking his opponent would be stronger than he was. Interesting fold from Leo there. He had the opportunity to knock out a player, but coming to the conclusion that he was about flipping or close to it, and if his opponent had a queen, he was very much dominated. Decides to let it go. Nice pickup for Simon. Surprised to see Leo fold that one, but probably figuring to find better spots at the table. Giesbers folding. Paying 6 million now, Giesbers. Vasil with another opportunity to go all in here, this time with King Jack offsuit. 8-handed now from early position. The blinds and antes are about to hit him. The raise again from Leo. Leo taking down the blinds and antes once more. Just too tight of a fold from Vasil, in my opinion. Blinds and antes are going to decimate his stack now in a moment, and he will be really hoping to catch a big hand in the blinds. Lipsky 1, 2, 3 asks who I think will win. I think all the momentum at the moment is with Leo, who seems to really understand the dynamics of this final table, and that will pay dividends to him. However, Shraga has had a lot of momentum going for him yesterday and today. But if I had a dark horse, it would be the most accomplished player at the table. If he gets a stack, he's going to be very hard to beat if he gets in contention. Andre Deset. A very interesting final table to watch. Giesbers has played very well from any hands I have seen him in. He has got a stack of 6 million. Anything can happen in the game of No Limit Texas Hold'em. If Giesbers gets a stack going, I'm interested to see what he can do. It is really important to note that a lot of the players are handcuffed at this table around Leo's stack. You do not want to play for 3 days and come 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th and not get the chance to play the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Taking down that additional value of that €10,350 ticket is just monumental in comparison to going home without it. There are huge sums of money these players are playing for, and the pay jumps are just going to get bigger and bigger. Taking that ticket, €46,500 they're playing for, and the title of the Spanish Poker Festival main event. Anything can happen. But if Leo just keeps putting people in really awkward situations, they are essentially handcuffed around securing that ticket. So at the moment, everything is all about coming in the top 4. It will be easier to make a prediction with 4 left. When they are no longer playing for that ticket, they've all secured that ticket. The relaxation comes over the players. They're playing for the title then. Things heat up and they are playing for way bigger pay jumps than they are right now. As it stands, Simon is moving all in for 4.8 million. With the Space Cowboys, and Lubos will get out of the way. Simon will pick up these chips. Nice pick up there for Simon. Obviously you want action when you've got pocket kings. No harm in just making sure you take it down. Never say no. Now Vasile Just 3 big blinds remaining in the stack. Lubos with 9 big blinds, and then the shortest stack after that is 18. Eastburst with 20, Simon with 25, Dimitri with 49, Shraga with 58, but out in the lead by a landslide is Leo, paying just under 100 big blinds. I had been told earlier that Leo plays as the name Kevin in Spain. Is that correct? I presume this is the player I was told about whilst I was commentating yesterday, that he was the overall chip leader. That would make sense. His origin country being China, representing Spain. Nice to see someone still representing Spain, if that is the case. Yeah, a lot of flush potential here. Leo raising to 500k. Andre calling in the big blind, getting in it on flopping huge. Jack 10-6, all hearts. Problem is, neither of the players have a heart, but however, Leo has top pair. He's going to try control the size of this pot naturally enough. Andre checking a second time. Leo betting the 900k. Trying to get value for his top pair. Also denying his opponent equity. However, Andre having the deck crushed here. The river coming a 4th heart, and that will most likely save Leo with 2 pair. This is going to be a nice pot for Andre. We'll move him up to 6.6 million now. We see for the first time the V-Pips, the voluntary putting money in the pot. 62% for Leo, way out in front, as you would expect with all the chips in play. Basile, 0%. And you see how handcuffed a lot of the players have been around Leo by a landslide, being able to put the most amount of money in the pot voluntarily. Leo will take the blinds and antes with his Jack 9 of clubs. Leo moving all in with 7-4 offsuit from the small blind. Putting the pressure on Lubos, with Lubos picking up a huge hand with the ace-queen offsuit. You see, a third of the time, 30% here for Lau, even though he has rags. It's scary enough for the ace-queen. But you have to call here. Lubos way out in front, 70% favourite to double up to 4.5 million. The flop is 8, 9, 10. An open ender here. Actually, no. The jack will be no good. 5 spades. Not so good. The river is the ace of clubs, and that will seal the deal for Lubos for a double up. It's okay for Leo to risk these chips now. Shoving blind on blind and getting caught, but you cannot take too many of these 2.5 to 3 million hits off your 20 million stack. Suddenly you are in the middle of the pack. Been a sick way to exit, losing with ace queen to 7-4 offsuit, but not the case. Moves up to 4.5 million. Well needed chips for him. Vasile finally seizing the opportunity to go all in with the queen 10 offsuit from the hijack. Problem is, absolutely little to no fold equity here. Leo with pocket trees. Decides to let it go. Would have liked to maybe seen him at least call there on the button. Instead it's Simon for one big blind more with a pocket pair. It's a fair fight. %41% for the deuces, 59% for the queen 10 offsuit. Flop is ace, jack, 7. The deuce is still in the lead, but a lot of outs for Vasile. Basically coin flip now. Turn a 10. Great turn card for him. Simon needing a deuce and a deuce only. This is a 5 of diamonds. Vasile will double up. Doubling up to 1.7 million. Give him a small bit of breathing room. The average stack 8.8 million as it stands. Well over 30 big blinds. There's a lot of play left at this final table, that's for sure. Andre in the hijack, 10-9 of spades. Look at this. Leo with the pocket rockets. 2 black aces. Would like to see a small 3-bet to about 1.3, exactly 1.3 million. Very nice. Simon gets out the way. Dimitri gets out the way. Back to Andre, but he will just fold, knowing he is out of position against a very competent player. Knowing what's at stake, how many places he is away from that ticket against the chip leader, decides not to peel for 750k more with the 10-9 of spades. Getting some funny comments in the chat here about what people were doing with the fan favourite. Sure, you were all drinking beer and showering with the man, but no better place to drink beer than the shower with your buddies. We'll keep a PG in the chat for now. Meanwhile, Shraga from the big blind, sensing that Leo is just going to be raising willy-nilly here with nearly any two. Shraga putting together a 3-bet and taking it down with ace-3 offsuit. Nice 3-bet by Shraga. Can't be letting all his blinds and antes go. To Leo. Taking a stand, and that will stop Leo from opening as wide, knowing that Shraga is starting to play back. We'll get a bit of respect. And Vasil with ace-jack offsuit under the gun here. Is moving his last 1.7 million over the line. And look at this, Dmitry Bogdanov picking up the pocket rockets. We've seen aces a lot of times today, and we're seeing them yet again, this time for Dmitry on the button. This is disaster for Vasil. He will just flat call, as you would expect. Short Giespers gets out of the way. Races against the ace jack. Vasil needing big help, just 11% to crack the aces here. That flop is no help to him. 10, 5 deuce, 1 diamond. Runner straight maybe. The turn, the 8 of hearts, no help. Vasil Veselinov will be our 8th place finisher. Dmitry will take that pot of 4.11 million. Vasil will take home €4,400 for his efforts. We are down to 7 players now. The average stack is just over 10 million. 40 big blinds is the average stack at the moment. Leo raising with the 10-9 of clubs from under the gun. Braga calling on the button with pocket trees. Andre in the big blind with ace-9 off suit. $350k more for him to call. We will see a flop. It's Queen, 10, Jack, 2 spades. Braga betting 1.3 million with his pocket trees. And Leo has a pair of 10s, but with his open ender, but the board is just horrific for that kind of hand containing clubs. Just has to check fold that one, and Shraga will take down that pot that there's no right in winning really, but once it's checked over to him, I suppose he has to give it a stab. Lubos with King, Queen of Hearts under the gun. Raising to 600k. Takes the blinds and antes. Simon debating an open here with King Jack off suit, does go for it. 575. Blue balls letting it go eventually. Round to the fan favourite. Lets it go. Playing less than 20 big blinds now. Good Giesbers. Andre letting his queen jack off suit and the cut off go. Around to Leo on the button. 5 deuce off suit. Good enough for an open. Simon calling the additional 350k. Flop 5-4 deuce. Great flop for Leo. Opening with such a mediocre holding on the button, flopping trumps here. Problem is Simon not really having much, only 10 high. Simon having enough here and putting a raise together to 1.6 million. Figuring his opponent is going to fold a lot here to pressure with a check raise. And this flop smashes the big blinds range more than the buttons. But this time it is not going to work. Leo moving all in. Simon would have to posture here, make it look like he's not as weak as he is. But his 10-8 will go in the muck. Update of the chip counts. Leo with 90 big blinds, 23 million. Shraga 65 big blinds, 16 million. Dmitry Bogdanov 53 big blinds, 13 million. Andre Deset 21 big blinds, 5.3 million. Ward Giesbers less than 20 big blinds, and so do all the other players remaining. Thank you for such kind comments there, Tall Mountain. We'll do as much commentating as the universe allows me to. However, that could be a good opportunity for me to go over and win the World Series of Poker Europe main event. We will find out closer to the time. on this turn. Dimitri with a pair of eights. However, it is inferior to Simon's queen deuce. The river is the king of spades. And thank you, TSCO. You are very best over here. Simon will take that down. Like seeing these blind v blind battles. You never know what's going to happen. We do have big shoes to fill, filling in for the legend that is Fintan Gavin. Always sure to entertain you. People are asking about how many flops people have seen. It's not that simple when you're 3 players away from winning a €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Simon raising with the base Cowboys. Pocket Kings on the button, 750k. Raga not wanting to fold. It's going to come along for the additional pink chip worth 500k. The flop of deuce, deuce, ace is no good for the queen 10 offsuit. Great flop for the pocket kings. Shraga is going to commit himself here because Simon has bet 800k. Shraga has basically moved all in. It is only 825k more for him to call. The pot is 8.2 million already. This is disaster for Shraga. He simply cannot fold now. It is only 3.5 big blinds more, less than 4 big blinds for him to call. He is essentially getting 10 to 1 on his money with 8.2 million in the pot, 825k to call. But Simon has to be so strong to do this. He cannot believe that he's put himself in this situation. And I do believe he's folded, even though he only has 1% yet. Simon showing the pocket kings. Shraga picking up on a read of his opponent that he thought might have an ace high or a flush draw. You could get him to fold or just 2 overcards. Braga is a loose cannon, liable to do anything at any moment. I watched him play for 4 or 5 hours yesterday. Seen a good bit of him again today. Absolutely getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar. Cookie jar full of honey sticking around his paws. Leo with pocket eights here, raising to 600k. Dmitry Bogdanov taking that one down. I do believe there was a re-raise or an all-in there. That's why Leo got away from his pocket eights. Unless I seen it wrong. Leo raised and then Dmitry Bogdanov, I think, just went all in. Leo does not want to risk that much of his stack at this current time, this close. Those big pay jumps and of course the ticket I keep mentioning. Very clever joke, yes, the Great Wall of China. Someone is going to have to try break that Great Wall at some stage. Lubos raising 600k. Ace 4 of spades under the gun. Paying about 3.7 million behind. Here we go. Giesbers, the fan favorite. A great opportunity to just reship here. Ward, Giesbers. Moving all in. Moving all in for 3.9 million. Lubos not going to be able to call it here. Little posture for a moment before letting it go, showing the ace of spades. Andre with the pocket jacks on the button, 4.7 million. Probably could just move all in. His hand's probably strong enough also to just raise call. Don't think raise folding is an option. Lubos will get out of the way with his A6 offsuit. Ayo with a lovely, sexy looking king, queen of diamonds on the button. Raises to 600k. 2.5 times the big blind. And he will show. You guys are going crazy in the chat. 634 of you tuning in on this Monday evening, 1st of August. Thank you for being here with us as we will crown a champion for the Spanish Poker Festival main event. 7 players remaining, average stack just over 10 million. Bayo in the cutoff, King 4 offsuit. Opens it once again to 600k. Dmitry Bogdanov in the big blind, wants to see a flop. Good call. You are watching live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. It's in Central Europe. You can find out all the information about this resort at the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. Bogdanov calling from the small blind here. 10-8 of diamonds. Lau, same size raise. 600k. Ace-4 offsuit from the hijack. And Shraga getting a good price to call. Will call the additional 350k. There is 2.1 million in this pot already. 6-3 deuce rainbow. Shraga with top pair will lead out into both of his opponents here. Now, Leo with a good shot and his ace high. We'll call the 850k. Bogdanov will get out of the way. We will see a turn card. 3.8 million in the pot now. The turn card is a deuce of diamonds. Raga will bet 1.5 million this time. Leo getting good odds to still draw, but it all depends how he reads this bet from Shraga. Not the greatest of spots to be in for Leo. Shraga betting twice can have a 6, a 3, a deuce. He could just have some diamonds. But it depends what sort of a range Leo puts him on. Thinking it best to just get rid of his ace high with his gut shot there. Shraga will take down that nice pot. Leo not slowing down. The big blind is now 300k. The small blind 150k with a 300k big blind ante.
Three pass, 4 pass, 5 pass.
Just depends if Andre wants to defend 9-7 off suit here. Knows how wide Leo is opening at this stage, even from under the gun 7-handed. Getting good odds to peel, but given the magnitude of the situation, decides to let it go. Dimitri's turn to raise, this time the hijack with ace-jack off suit. That will get the job done. Takes the blinds and antes. Leo moving all in from the small blind with ace-10 off suit. Lubos won't be calling with 8 deuce of diamonds anytime soon. And we see Leo opening a quick all in from Lubos with a dominating hand in the ace-7 of diamonds. Queen 7 off suit of Leo will go in the muck quickly. Leo will open the Jack-8 off suit from the cut-off, still playing a stack of 23 million. Very hard to contend with for the rest of the players at this table. Dmitry Bogdanov playing a stack of 13 million in the big blind will. All the additional chips to see a flop. Dominating Leo. Leo having the betting lead. The flop is ace 7-4. And a check from Dmitry and a bet from Leo. He will raise to 1.2 million. The jig is up. Dmitry, I think he's had enough of his blinds being stolen. Raising with what he believed to be the best hand, most likely. Take it down there, not have to deal with any situations on the turn and river. Here is an update. Leo out in front, 73 big blinds. Shraga 48 big blinds. Dmitry 47. Simon 22. Andre 15. Gispers 14 and Lubos 12. Leo, once again, the min raise from the hijack. Simon calling on the button. With a dominating hand, King Queen off suit. Raga out the way. We will see a flop. Flop is 9, 7, 5. A check from Leo. Quick check behind by Simon. The turn is the 8 of spades. Check from Leo, check from Simon. River is the Queen of Spades. Great card for Simon. Check by Leo. Does Simon want to go for a small amount of value here to try get called by one of the pairs on the board, like a 9 or an 8, 7 or a 5? Simon will bet 700k and be a very, very tough call for Leo. He's got 5th pair on the board. Granted, he has a king kicker. Doesn't really mean much here. Giannis Antito asked why I'm saying Leo. I looked up the pronunciation at the start of the day, and it is Sao Sha Leo from China. But I've been told throughout the day that he is actually massively favoured in Spain. And that some people call him Kevin, but I do not know whether that is a joke or not. This time Simon raising from the cutoff to 725k. And Schward Giesbers in the big blind, the fan favourite, pocket tens, playing a stack of 3.8 million there or thereabouts. Shoves it all in. Simon will be shoving it all out. The fan favourite will take some much needed chips with the pocket tens. Leo with a real hand this time, raising to 600k. Everyone concedes. He will show his hand to gain some clout back. Still 8 million ahead of anyone else at the table, Leo. Outshot Leo. Way out in front. Raised to 800k from Shraga. And Schward, Giesbers, King Jack offsuit on the button. Tries to let it go. The fan favourite needing some water, looking very red in the face. can also be very hot at poker tables. Lots of men in their men prime, creating a warm atmosphere to say the least at times. Leo all into the small blind with king 8 offsuit. Lubos finding ace queen once more. Bit of a deja vu situation here. He already doubled him up with 7-4 offsuit. This time he's got king 8. Lubos all in that risk, but way ahead. The flop is jack, deuce. 74% favor for Lubos. The turn is another jack. Just 18% now, needing a king or an 8. Leo or Lubos will get a second double up to 7.1 million. And it is an 8. Oh my word. Lubos Svetlik has been eliminated in 7th place. Leo gets richer, getting his chips back from doubling him up earlier. That is just going to extend the Chinaman's lead. The wall of China gets bigger. The Great Wall going to be harder to take down now. Good effort by Lubos, taking home €6,111. Just 6 remaining now. Every player now guaranteed €8,420. However, we are only 2 players away from every player remaining getting that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. Things are heating up out there. Andre moving all in. I do believe Giesbers was so red in the face because you are all talking about him in the chat. With a full fan club. I would expect Leo to be getting even wider. Everyone in chat seems to be drinking for Giesbers. All sorts of different languages coming out in the Twitch chat. Meanwhile, Dimitri limping in the small blind against Shraga's big blind. Putting the pressure on, raising to 900k. Dimitri will call. A bet and a call of 700k will bring the turn, which is a 6. So the board is 10, 6, 5, 6. Shraga way behind here. Dimitri really slapping this flop. Has got a good shot, however. Decides to check it back on the turn. And my God. Holy moly. He's hit the river hard here. Boom, baby. Hopefully he doesn't bet too small. Shraga will immediately turn over his cards very quickly. That 5.4 million pot will go to him, and he looks chuffed at that river card. I cannot blame him. He could have maybe thought for a moment more and tried to get some additional value. He did bet almost 2 million, however. And if you are just tuning in, we are running a special promo just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10. Get 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Surprise, surprise, the king is back. You can find out all the information about the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. Raise from the hijack from Leo. Goes by the nickname Kevin. I've been told many times today and yesterday. Great Wall of China / Spain gets bigger. Ace 4 for Simon. Off suit and the hijack raising to 700k. Dimitri folds. Shraga folding on the button. Espers folding. Getting some well needed potassium from his banana. Big blind also gets out of the way. Shraga in the cutoff. Playing a stack of 18 million now. 60 big blinds. Full 3xing to 900k with his pocket eights. Andre hasn't been able to get much going for himself. Most competent player at the table. I think the fold is King Jack offsuit. Leo out the way with Queen 9 offsuit. Pocket eights will take that one down. He ate that banana like a champion. Slow release of energy is incoming. Straga with ace jack of clubs in the hijack. Does Leo want to call or 3-bet with king 10 offsuit from the small here? Looks like it's a 3-bet bet that's incoming in or around 3 million. Sorry, 2.4. Thought there was an extra pink chip involved there. 3-bet to 2.4 million, so 1.5 million back to Straga. Straga will throw in the 3 additional pink chips to see a flop. The pot is already 5.4 million. And that flop is ace, king, 10. Leo out in front, flopping 2 pair. Straga with top pair and a good shot straight draw with a decent kicker in the jack of clubs. Action incoming. If I'm Leo, I don't want to bet that small of a sizing. He does go for a small sizing, trying to control the pot, but albeit he's out of position. Turn the 6 of spades. Either player having a spade. This turn could easily just go check, check, or does Leo want to bet again? If he's going to bet again, he doesn't want to bet too small. Awkward spot here for Leo. Leo checks the turn. And a quick bet from Straga after Leo checks the turn with his 2 pair. But his hand is simply too strong to fold on the turn here for a bet of 2 million. This is more of a protection sizing from Straga. Get a hand weaker to call, but also deny his opponent equity to see a free river. He's just moving all in. Incredible. Knew exactly where he was at. Predicted Straga to bet a small sizing that he can move over the top of, and his thinking would be here that if Straga had a stronger hand than the one he has, he would bet bigger. And Leo with the 2 pair deciding he's just going to put it all in here now. The Great Wall of China is going to get a hell of a lot bigger here. Nice move. Getting additional value there and putting the hammer down. Not wanting to see any bad rivers, which there were a lot of. So Andre, the short stack with 12 big blinds. You out in front, 106 big blinds. Leo raised to 700k. The chat is just going mad today. Dimitri calling in the big blind for additional 400k with 7-6 of spades, and we will see a flop of ace, king, 3. Leo with second pair checks to turn back, as well as the flop. The river is the 3 of spades, trying to induce something from Dimitri perhaps. $30 million. Leo's stack now. He'll get the call here. Calling, playing the board. Leo getting additional value there. 34 million in his stack now, running away with it really. Ace king off suit for Andre. Over 700 of you tuning in now, which is just phenomenal and really great to see. If you are just tuning in, my name is Dan Rankin. I am your host and commentator for the duration of this Spanish Poker Festival main event, live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. 6 players remaining. We will play down and crown a champion tonight. Average stack nearly approaching 12 million now, so still the guts of 40 big blinds. So much play left in this tournament. But if the Hoover keeps adding to the Great Wall of China, players are even going to be more handcuffed than before. $700k raised by Simon. Draga in the small blind. Gonna put it together here with Ace King. Draga taking that one down. Look at this. The Chinaman out with 112 big blinds. He's nearly 20 more million than any other player at this table. And Draga is still playing 44 big blinds with a stack of 13 million. Dimitri with 8.9. Just an insane chip lead. 20 million nearly the chip lead. That's 70 big blinds. Someone is asking how someone was eliminated in the previous position. Our 7th place finisher, Lubos, called in the big blind against the small blind. The King 8 defeated the Ace Queen on the river. That was all she wrote for Lubos, going away in 7th place. Leo took that down. The board was 2, Jack, 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 and the river came in 8. He had previously doubled up Lubos with Ace Queen against his 7-4 offsuit. But Lubos' Ace Queen could not hold for a second time and he was defeated on the river. Draga lets the deuces go. Now, here you go, guys. The moment you've been waiting for. The Space Cowboys for Schward Giesbeers. Paying 3.6 million. Just decides to move all in. Can't blame him with just 12 big blinds remaining. Leo folding his Queen Jack offsuit in the big blind. Andre on the button, 3.7 million pocket trees. Moving all in with his pocket pair. This could spell trouble. Leo, ace queen offsuit in the small blind. All in for 33 million. 6 million the effective stack. Andre 42% against the 58% of the ace queen offsuit. And Andre, who's probably the most competent and most accomplished player at the table, is at risk here. And is the Great Wall of China going to get even greater? Or will Andre get a much needed double up and stay in contention? It's an ace in the window. Ace, king, 4, 2 clubs. Not a good start for Andre. Needing a 3 or some running cards. The turn is the jack of clubs, giving him a flush draw. His name was 25% equity. And the river is the 10 of hearts. The Great Wall of China will get greater. Andre will be our 6th place finisher. And I guess you know what that means now, guys. That means we are on the €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket bubble. The next person out will not get one of these coveted tickets, and the 4 remaining players after that will. We'd expect to see things tighten up here now. Not from the Chinaman. He can just put infinite pressure on the other 4 stacks at this stage. The average stack 14 million, and he's got about 40 million, I think, now. 37 million here on the button for the Chinaman. 5 remaining. All players now guaranteed €11,450. Raise to 700k with 7-3 offsuit for Leo. Any 2 will be in this man's range until that ticket bubble is burst. Well, he is from China, but I've been told several times that he's from Spain and is representing Spain. It was the Great Wall of Spain / China, or China / Spain, that he is building over there. Either way, it is quite the empire he has. And he will take the blinds and antes once again. Leo, King Deuce offsuit, raising to 700k. And if people are going to be playing as tight as they have to play to get that ticket, he can pretty much open any two cards. It's his world and the rest of us are living in it for the moment. Well, the other players at the table, certainly anyway.
Three pass, four pass. Five pass.
Spurs in the small blind. Will fold.
Six pass.
Can't blame him. Need to be so tight in this spot.
Three blind.
It basically is a satellite, yes. It's more extreme than a satellite because they also have huge pay jumps and a title they're playing for.
Four eight, 700. Five pass. Six pass.
The raise from Dimitri. Leo. Good spot to three bet here.
One race, 1.8 in the minute.
Especially with the ace blocker. Raising to 1.8 million.
Three pass. Four pass. Five pass. Six pass. One race over.
And of course he's going to move all in from the button with an ace. Any ace. Ace 8 offsuit, more than competent enough to move all in. This time showing the 8 of hearts.
What time is the tournament? When is the tournament? Do you guys know?
I think in 5 minutes it's break.
Yeah, but when is the tournament? November.
November is good.
There is a break coming very soon. Good chance we will be going to the break with 5 still remaining.
Six race all in. One pass.
The fan favourites all in with Queen Jack off suit. 3.6 million.
Three pass. Four pass. Five pass.
Oh, you thought 2 kings?
You will get that one through, Geese Bears.
אני עכשיו 12 וחצי. לא הבנתי, הוא הביאו אותו.
The patented raise at the moment to 700k comes once more from Leo. Dimitri, pocket eights on the butt, in the cutoff. Raise to 700k. Geese Bears, King Jack offsuit in the small blind, playing 3.6 million. 550k more for him to call. He could elect to go all in or fold. He does decide to fold, but this will not be a fold from the big blind. I believe we will see an all-in. And that's just a call. You would just call for 400k more and see a flop. The rest of the players are leaving the table. I feel like Leo should have just moved all in here. Hand was definitely strong enough. Interesting way for him to play that hand, considering he had 40 million. Has 40 million. There we go. 100 big blinds, 40 million for the chip leader. Shraga with 29 big blinds. So a 70 big blind discrepancy difference here. Dmitry Bogdanov with 19 big blinds. Simon Zayu with 16. And the fan favourite Geese Bears just with 9 big blinds. We are going to take a short break and we'll be back in the big big blind will be 400k, which will put additional pressure on our shorter stacks. I will be back in about 13 minutes. Do not go anywhere. We will play down to a winner live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov for the Spanish Poker Festival main event. Stay tuned.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Put money in the wallet and
Guys, your phones, please. Guys, phones. Guys, phones, your phones, video. Continue 200, 400, 400. Shuffle you, please.
Position 6.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. 5 remaining at a pivotal time. Spanish Poker Festival main event final table. First hand back, Dimitri raising to 1 million with his pocket queens taking it down. Blinds are now 200k for the small blind, 400k for the big blind, and a 400k big blind running ante. We are one player away from everyone else remaining getting that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. There's 5 remaining from a starting field of 1,409 players. All in from the fan favourite Guy Spears in the cut-off, ace-9 off suit. 900k raise. The Great Wall of China. Liu taking it down. The 6th deuce of clubs. Ace king off suit for Liu. Raises once again to 900k. Raga just calling in the small blind with pocket nines, and this might be his best course of action here. "26, 27 big blinds to start the hand. Raga checking. Bet and a fold on king 8-7 from the 2 nines of Shraga. Spurs all in the small blind. It appears we have a momentary problem with the graphics. We'll get that fixed for you as soon as possible. I'm unable to tell you what cards he had because I can't see. Get this issue fixed ASAP, Rocky. I guess we will never know. Raised to 1.3 million and all in from Spurs. The buy-in for this event was €250 with a €300,000 guarantee. We are working on trying to get the graphics fixed immediately.
4.6 and 25 plus.
It is out of my capable hands as only the host and commentator. The action so far is Shraga raising to 1.3 million, just over 3 times the big blind. An all-in from Giespers, and now an all-in from the big blind. And it looks like it could be a coin flip situation. It looks like Giespers has like a pocket pair, like pocket tens. Nines against ace king. I was almost correct. The Giespers with the pocket nines. Needing.
Yes! Yes!
Don't feel like that was a good flop for our boy.
Wait. Whoa. 9. 2. Yes!
You can see the board, ace, king, jack, jack, deuce.
Yes!
The fan favorite has been eliminated.
I have a pair 8.
And that is terrible
Now it's no problem.
for the fan favorite, leaving without the €10,350
Wow.
World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, but he will be happy to soothe the blow. He will have €11,450 and the support of a whole nation, it seems like.
I said. Pair 8. Pocket 8.
We are working on getting you the graphics back immediately. I can do no more. And an all-in from the small blind. We are no longer 5-handed, we are 4-handed. Everyone left is now guaranteed main event ticket. I do expect a lot of you not to tune in. Your fan favorite is gone, but there is more action to come here, guys. Don't go anywhere. We will be crowning a champion. The Spanish Poker Festival main event. We have a little patience. I'd be more of a dancer, not a singer. Commentator and host will have to do for now. It looks like we are going to have a short break while they get the graphics fixed. Ward, Giespers, play the Stormer, lads. There wasn't much more he could do, and he should be very happy with his 5th place for his efforts. Unfortunately, he will not leave with that coveted World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, but so much support behind for that man, and a beautiful thing to see. We will be back, and stay tuned for the conclusion of this Spanish Poker Festival main event in just a few moments. I will be back in about 9 minutes.
You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Alrighty, we are back for the Spanish Poker Festival final table. We are now four-handed. We had a short break there while we got the graphics fixed. We have 4 players remaining. 42 million for our chip leader with 104 big blinds. Simon, 31 big blinds. You see the difference in the chip stacks. The closest player to him having just over 30 big blinds. Waiting for the action to get back underway. Average stack now 17 million. Big blind still 400k. Hand Queen 3 raising to 1 million. It can still put massive pressure on the rest of the table just because there is no longer a 10,000 additional ticket that people are worried about not getting. Does not mean that he's going to put his foot on the brakes by any stretch of the imagination. He'll just hoover in 1 million chips every time he raises and takes it. And until someone battles back, that is exactly what you will see him continue to do. Great to have the graphics back online. Disappointing finish for Schwart. Eastbears. But he must have been happy, like he was short stack. He didn't have that much opportunities. He got a lot of pay jumps. Granted, he missed out on that ticket. The support he had was just unreal. Mayu in the small blind. Queen 6 off suit. Yes, the average stack is about 40 big blinds, even more. 42, 43 big blinds. And that's it, Tall Mountain. Overall, he did pretty well for a short stack. He got as many pay jumps as he could. He was tight in the spots he needed to be tight in. In the end, he got it in with a pair against Ace King, and you've got to win those flips. I mean, look at the payday he got for €250. 14,000. Well, less than a 14,000. Whatever fifth place was, fourth is 14,850. I predict that man will be getting drunk for a while. I haven't seen the chat go that crazy since I started commentating for King's Casino. It was highly entertaining. €11,450. Thank you very much, Apocalypse. We see the short stack still with 17 big blinds. They're all fighting around that area between 15 and 25 big blinds, give or take. And at some point, Simon, Shraga, or Dimitri is going to have to put the hammer down against the China superstar. Certainly playing like a superstar at the moment. The Great Wall of China getting bigger every hand. You would have to be rooting for him at this stage, now that the fan favourite is out of the way. And if you are excited and enjoying this action brought to you by the Spanish Poker Festival main event, there is so many more events coming up. Starting with the PPC, the Prague Party Poker Championship, from the 8th of August to the 15th of August, and hotel rooms for a 5-star hotel under €100, €90 a night, which is just fantastic value. In Ireland at the moment, you will be struggling to get a hotel room anywhere for less than about €350, €400 in some of the bigger cities, especially Galway and Dublin. Simon Ziu.
Free race 800. 5 plus.
Raising the min raise to 800k.
7 plus.
Braga getting out of the way. Simon, ace-8 of diamonds under the gun.
Free race 850. 5 plus. 7 plus.
All 450k more. Leu. Flop. Hitting both players. Leo with the best of it here on 984. Second pair with a top kicker for Simon. We'll bet something small. 600k is the amount he decides. Leu obviously going to come along. Turn is the king of spades. That will go check, check. And the river is the 6 of clubs, giving Leo 2 pair. I think we want to just maybe check call this one. I don't see how we're going to get called by worse. You might think Simon is just going to check back. Any 1 pair hand that beats him. We make this tiny bet. A great value bet here. Leo. Take that pot down. They all matter at this point. That pot was still almost 5 million. Flop is Queen Jack 4. Small blind against big blind. Both players hitting a piece of it. Simon's 2 pair better than Leo's 1 pair. Leo's not going anywhere with top pair. Turn. Sealing the deal for Simon bar. A queen popped off on the river. Turn goes check check pretty quickly. I think we just want to be checking this one with our queen deuce offsuit. Hard to get called by worse, but maybe a worse jack will call. But a jack 4 will be raising. Leo betting 2.6 million. Really not thinking his opponent has much. Trying to get called by a hand like maybe Jack 10, Jack 9, Jack 8, Jack 7, Jack 6, Jack 5. We'll see a bit of Hollywood here before Simo probably just puts it all in. 7.8 million and 2.6 being the bet. He only has 5-ish million behind. Hello Mort, good to have you back here, sir. Final table's been highly entertaining and interesting so far. Leo is going to have to piece this one together. He doesn't really want to call it 3.3 more million. Queen deuce off suit, but what is he putting Simon on? Simon wouldn't really check behind the turn that often with a 4 in his hand. He you would usually try to get some more value, especially with queen of clubs out there and a jack of clubs out there, putting all the straight and flush draw combinations. It's funny because the exact hand that Simon has makes perfect sense. All the flop, check behind the turn, raise the river. I think Leo will find a fold eventually. But if he thinks Simon is capable of bluffing him here, might pay it off. He does pay it off. Little bit of a slip there from Leo. You have to see from his perspective, he's been running the table over for hours now. And has to know that one of his three opponents are going to take a big stand against him at some stage. And maybe that was playing into his thought process. Therefore, coming to the conclusion that he's going to get bluffed in some spots, and he thought that that was one of them. He could certainly afford to be wrong there, but did take that hit. It won't affect him too much. It's about him staying composed, having all the composure that he needs, and not let that affect his future decision making. Bayu raising to 1 million with ace king off suit here. Yeah, there is a pay jump of about €5,000 here also, and that could be playing into, it is going to be playing into the players' minds. Players are going to be getting tired. Been a long 3 days for them. these are the kind of moments that separate the men from the boys. You can't bark like a big dog if you pee like a puppy. The small blind, 42 million playing. A7 off suit. Will raise to 1.4 million. Simon up to 16 million now after that hand. With the Jack 4, will call 1 million more. And rightly so, with a hand as good as Queen Jack off suit in the big blind against the small blind. Queen 10, 5, top pair for Simon. Bayou, not with much here, just ace high. Simon will stack that small pot. Raga Rubel just moving all in for 6.8 million. No messing around here with 17 big blinds. Dimitri calls in the big blind with King Queen off suit, and this is a big moment and a big pot for both players. Just under 10 million in the pot. Draga having Dimitri covered, but not by that much. A big hit to Shraga's stack, huge. Be left with about 5 big blinds if he loses this. Dimitri needing help. 42% all the same against the 58% of the ace jack, and the flop is 6-5-4 rainbow. King or queen needed. Turn is a deuce. Dimitri needing all the help in the world here on the river. He will be eliminated in 4th place. It does not come. The river is a 10 of clubs. And we have our 4th place finisher. A strong player in Dmitry Bogdanov. Played a solid game. Secured his ticket. Ordered a beer. Got it all in. It was a good gamble there, I think. Will leave with €14,850 for his efforts, as well as that €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. All players now guaranteed just under €20,000. €19,750 for 3rd place, €28,200 for 2nd place, and our winner of the Spanish Poker Festival will take home €46,500 and the title. Shraga playing 11 million. Leu playing 41 million, now 42. Simon playing about 18 million. There's still lots of play here. Draga is again at it. Mort, he had a huge pot earlier where he had aces against queens all in pre.
Free raise, 900.
He battled hard in a few spots. He was really gaining momentum there at one stage, and the small blind, he's moving all in for 11 million here from the small blind with ace-4 offsuit, and I don't know if Simon can fold this. 10 more million to call. Straga had been card dead for a while, yeah. He made a great laydown earlier versus the chip leader. He's got to call here. And Simon calling to 10 million. Straga is going to be at risk here. 23 million in the pot. We could be down to heads up. Straga going to need a lot of help here. There's 27% chance to win this hand. We'll see the flop, and the flop is 5, ace, 9, 2 hearts. No help to Straga. There's 13% beside his name now. The third is the 8 of hearts, and that is a great card for Simon. Blocking the flush. The river comes the jack of clubs. Simon Ziu has eliminated Straga. We have our third place finisher, and we are going to be heads up. GG Straga. Very entertaining to watch the Israeli over the last few days. We will be heads up. You can see it now in front of us. 101 big blinds will play 73. Very, very deep stuff heads up. 41 million will play 30. Simon being very patient in a few spots. I remember how short stacked he was a couple of times. Battle hard. He's a nice chunky stack to play heads up against Leo. Raised to 1 million. The Greek will fold his big blind. Anything can happen heads up. I've talked about this before, how much our hands go up in value, how hard it is even to get dealt a king on the button, albeit with just a 3 kicker. Simon will raise 900k. A call from the Queen 10 offsuit by Leo in the big blind. Flop is 10, 8, 3, a piece for both. Leo flopping top pair, queen kicker. Simon, bottom pair. was Dmitry Bogdanov who finished in 4th place. Dennis. And it was Shraga that finished in 3rd place. A bet of 4.5 million on the river. Going to get the job done. Both of these players have definitely impressed me with how composed they've been in a lot of big pots and big situations. They will both really want to take down this title. Thank you very much, Tall Mountain. Thank you for once again tuning in. Good luck at the store. And if I don't see you, have a nice day. If I'm not talking to you, I'll be back. Jack 6-4, open ender for Simon. Pair with the 10-6 offsuit, hitting trips on the turn for Leu. Betting the call. The river is the 8 of clubs. Bet of 3.6 million from the trips of Leu. We get Simon to fold his 5 high. Almost double the chip stack of Simon he has now. 46 mil plays 24 mil. Blind still 200k, 400k. Leo will take that one. Andre Disset missed out on the ticket. I think he came 6th place. I think it must have been 6th because the fan favourite Eastbears came in 5th. If it looks like it's too easy for Leo, I mean, these guys are really, really deep for a heads-up match. Granted, the blinds are not going to go down. They're certainly going to go up, but there's a lot of chips in play for a heads-up battle here. All about the war of attrition, especially in heads-up battles. Whittling our opponents down that they get to the point where they're fed up. And we can take a hit to our stack. We could risk an all-in if it's for a small amount to try knock out our opponent, win that title. But at the same time, we don't want to double them up. It's a very tactical battle and a different sort of a game playing heads-up poker. Especially when there's this kind of money involved. You don't want to get heads up and lose and not get that title. Carthage Empire had Simon from the get-go earlier. Good pick for you. Raised to $1 million from Leo. Simon calling the 600k more in the big blind. The flop coming 359. Quickly goes check, check. Turn is the jack of spades. Simon betting 1.7 million. Not having much yet, but having to bet this turn with a gutter ball. An 8 high. The river is a 5. It looks like Simon is reaching here. Hot 5.8 million. If he is going to bet, I'd like to see him bet about 3.8, 3.9, 4 million, something around that area. He bet 3.6. Leo quickly calls, putting him up to 53 million, playing 18 million now. Nice, confident, quick play by Leo. That great wall of China gets bigger. The limp by Leo. Check by Simon. Jack 7 of hearts plays Jack 4 off suit. 10, 9, 5, 2 diamonds. Check, check. Turn is the 8 of hearts. What a card for Simon. He's got everything here. Straight. The flush draw. His opponent with the jack high for the open ender. The river, the king of clubs. Now for Simon, we want to bet big-ish. I would like to bet 2 million, even 2.5. The bet of 2.6 million will get a quick fold from his opponent. The raise from Simon, raise king offsuit, will get called by 7-5 offsuit in the big blind. Check from the 7-5, check back by the ace king. Leo looking quite tired here by his body language. Bets a million, quickly called. River, the deuce of hearts. That will go, check, check. 4 million pot will go the 7-5 offsuit's way. Pocket 10s now on the button. Raises. 1 million. Simon calling with 8-7 off suit for 600k more. Paying 15 million now. Jack 6-3 is the flop. Bet of 600k. Just hoovering up chips so far. Yes, Surf and Birdie. I think that's a great idea. If everyone wanted them to win that much, he had so much support. They could all just chip in, get him a ticket. I have a feeling that's not the last we'll ever be seeing of that man. And I look forward to his return because that chat was on fire. Very entertaining to watch. The more fans, the better in this sport. And we had loads and loads of them. This will be a shop pot. If Simon calls, which I predict he will. Those call, they will chop. 55 million will play 15. Check from the 10-4 off. Ayu takes that down with a one big blind bet. All the pots count. Raise from the 7-3 off suit. Simon might opt to 3-bet this one with ace-8 off suit in the big blind. He did do that and take it down. Raise to 1 million from the button from Simon. Pocket fours for the big blind. He could just call here. He could 3-bet here, or he could just go for it all. Just stick them all in. So it's been all Leo so far in this heads-up battle. €28,200 secured. Both players. And the €10,350 World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket is theirs. They are playing for €46,500 for the winner. And the title, the Spanish Poker Festival main event champion. Live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov. Looks like the blinds are up. 250k for the small blind. 500k for the big blind. 500k big blind ante. No, sorry, Surfing Birdie, no comment. I have to support my own. Charity begins at home. For me and my family. If you all want to chip in to watch me play and then you can commentate on my play, then that's fine by me also. I'll play the World Series of Poker Europe and then someone can be the commentator. Hopefully I'll be on the feature table. That'll have to be one of the stipulations. Let's get that as a done deal. Lock that in. Then if I win the World Series of Poker Europe main event, I could put in Giespers and stake them the following year. And then everyone's a winner. You'll get the entertainment value from me and then Giespers the following year. Seems like a great deal. I'm all on board for this anyway. $14 million now for Simon. So he is less than 30 big blinds. And look at this. The big space cowboys for Leo in the big blind. Gets a walk. Which will happen. Considerable amount of time heads up. So hard to get a pair. Heads up. Never mind pocket kings. Looks like we're going to have a very small break after this hand. I wouldn't even call it a break. 3 minutes. Leu's just running him over, but he is hitting the flop. Let that not be said. And you can see the staggering difference there. 113 big blinds is playing 26 big blinds. Don't go anywhere and stay tuned for the conclusion of this event. See, the break is only 2 minutes. Well, Mort, I'm not even going anywhere for the break. Break is only 2 minutes. You have not missed much, only Leu running over Simon, but to be fair, he keeps getting hit with the deck. There's not much Simon has been able to do, and that is just the way it goes. Heads up sometimes. You feel like you're getting bluffed flat out, but it's really not the case. Alrighty, we are back. Final table, Spanish Poker Festival, heads up. As we will crown a champion. Both players are back. The action is just about to get underway. Simon was one a pot. Albeit just the blind. The limp by Leu. Check by Simon. Leu most likely just going to bet and take this one down. If you're enjoying what you're seeing, so much more poker to come here. even just in August. The next is the Party Poker Championship, the Czech Party Poker Championship, with a 500,000 guarantee. 6 World Series of Poker Europe main event tickets will be awarded, and that is a €330 buy-in. That whole series will take place from the 8th to the 15th of this month. Not one to be missed. The flop goes check, check, 7, 7, 4, 10. You probably wants to bet this turn, or might think his queen high is good. Simon checking behind on the flop, not wanting to get check raised. You ace jack off suit on the button here, raising to 1.3 million. We'll be taking that one down. And Johan Wisello says he will be playing the PPC. Well, I will probably most likely be commentating on it, so I will not be there. But I wish you the very, very best of luck, sir. I will keep an eye out for anyone in this chat that is on the TV table at any stage. Simon raising to 1.3 million. Leo just with the 4 deuce off suit. Paying a stack of 55 million now. Simon on the button with Jack 9 off suit. Also 250k. Leo checking 10-8 off suit. Goes check, check on King, King 6. The turn comes to Queen of Diamonds. Bet of 1.3 million from Simon with his gutter ball. We'll get that done. Thank you very much for your comment, Anivo243. Much appreciated. This will be the last time I will mention this tonight, but we are running a special promotion just for the stream viewers. Use the code STREAM10, 10% off your order at the King's shop so you can dress like a king. Surprise, surprise, the King is back. You can find out all the additional information about the King's Resort on the King's Resort website, www.kingsresort.com. Leo raising to 1.3 million with 10 deuce off suit on the button. 9-5 of hearts for Simon going to Peel. And this is a huge flop for Simon. The flop goes check, check. The turn is a 7. It's a great card for Simon, but it is indeed an action killer. But he's checked it over to his opponent. Most likely will just go check, check again, unless he thinks he can get some value from hearts or some clubs. A weaker hand like an 8 or a 7. And he does think that, so he will bet small, 750k, more like a blocker value-ish bet, denying our opponent equity.
Surprise, surprise, the king is back.
And Simon will win that pot, but he would probably have thought he could get more money in there. Did all he could. You see 106 big blinds playing 34. Simon still playing a good stack with 17 million, but it's just a great wall of China he is up against. God in Hod asked a question about breakfast. Yes, I'm aware that he is Spanish, but he is using a Chinese flag. Therefore, I'm calling it the Great Wall of China. I've also been informed that his name is Kevin. But I did not want to call him Kevin when it is not his name on the screen, and everyone will be asking me who Kevin is. So therefore, I went with the pronunciation of his name that I googled at the start of the day that says Sao Sha Leu. There's a buffet for everything in the King's Casino. You'll be well fed in the resort. Then you can go get massaged. 5-star rooms. There's massive gym, pool, and all the poker you can eat. A good card for Simon here. Raising on the river to 4.5 million. Simon trying to feign that he is weak. But in all actuality, he is quite strong. Now we've seen Kevin earlier call a raise from Simon on the river with a marginal holding. This is a different sort of a situation. I don't think there's many hands he can beat here with his 7-5 off suit. This time he gets away from it. Anvo says it was €10 for the day, all you could eat. Yeah, I believe they do that for breakfast, and then later on in the evening or night time they do the same for dinner. There is a limp with the 4-3 offsuit, a call from the 6-4. Or a check from the 6-4, I should say. Flop is Queen 8-7. Gutter ball for Simo. Bayu just with 4 high, going to take a stab at it. Curran goes check, check, and the river is a jack. A bet of 1.5 million. We'll get the fold from Leu. Nice bet there, knowing he couldn't win without betting. And thank you, Jaxie, 1974. The call on the button from Simon with the King 9 offsuit. Leo will check his option with Jack 10 offsuit. Seven, 5, 4, 2 spades. I have been to Kings, yes, but I was only there a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, whilst it was still not properly built, and I am dying and I'm very excited to get back there to see it in all its glory. Simon will take that one down. When I am going to Kings, I am not so sure. I might have the opportunity to go for the World Series of Poker Europe, and that would be brilliant if I could get over there. As Poker Go takes over the commentary then, it would be an opportunity to play World Series caliber events whilst still in Europe, which is quite a great thing to be able to do. Now if I'm Leo, I want to consolidate my lead here. I don't want to be losing too many of these pots that have a few million in them a piece. They all start to add up, and suddenly your 50 million starts looking like 40 million and 35 million, and then it's even Stevens, and then you're back to where you started. He has such an amazing chip lead here. He wants to keep this up. He doesn't want to be playing too big a pots without having the goods. Simon raising with 9-3 of diamonds. Ayu calling with 7 deuce of clubs. It'll be a bet by Simon and a call by Leu, I would assume. Turn is the 5 of clubs. Gutter for Simon. River comes a 4. This is probably just going to be a check by Leu, and see if Simon wants to bite. He does not. 6.2 million pot. Leo. Always good to hear a bit of the Beatles in the background. Definitely my guilty pleasure listening to some of the songs that are on in the background throughout the day. I think it's cool for the ambiance. Right, not to get too distracted by it, however, while I'm commentating. Nine, eight, deuce. Two clubs, one diamond. Diamonds for both players here. Simon with the better hand. Yes, with the value people are getting with these rooms, under €100 a night. And getting over there is not the end of the world. It's just a flight, the shuttle bus. You're central in Europe. You can go where you want. $5 million in this pot now as they go to the turn, which is the 6 of spades. Simon with his pair of 8s. Leo with a gutter. And that will get Simon to fold his pair of 8s. And I don't know how much I like that. Would I like to see maybe him call one more street and see what the river brought? Tall Mountain. My favorite band in the world hails from North Carolina in a place called Boone. A raise to 1.3 million from Simon. Are you calling the extra 750k with 10-9 off suit? Flop King 6-4 Rainbow.
7 bet 2.2.
Bet from Simon will get that done. Leo 7-5 offsuit, raising to 1.3 million. Simon in the big blind, Jack 8 offsuit, playing 15 million. If you win a World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, you cannot sell the first one. But any additional ticket that is won after that point can be sold or traded in, whatever the case may be. Raised to 1.8 million from Liu. Simon with a nice hand to call. Suited queen, queen 7 of diamonds. And he will call. Ten, Jack, deuce, 2 clubs, 1 diamond. Liu betting 1.8 million. We'll get a fold from Simon. This tournament was a €250 buy-in. Prize pool, €300,000. 2 players remaining from a starting field of 1,409. Raise with the 9-4 off suit. We'll get the 7-3 suited to fold. Value raising to 1.3 million with 10-9 of diamonds. Jack 5 off suit for Simon. Will 3 bet to 3.5 million. 10 million behind. Leiu's going to call with such a nice, pretty suited hand. We will see a flop with 7.5 million in the pot already. That flop is ace, king, 3. Good hand for Simon to rep. Bet of 3 million. That will get the job done, and that will do for Simon here. That will lift his spirits a bit. That was one of the biggest pots we've seen him win in a heads-up situation so far. Simon limping the button, getting his opponent to raise with the worst hand in the deck, the 7 deuce offsuit, and then piling it all over the top with ace 3 offsuit. Raise with the queen 8 of spades from Liu. Simon calls in the big blind with ace 5. Up is ace 6-3, 1 spade. Liu will see bet 1 million. Simon will come along. And the turn card is a king of hearts. Goes check, check. The river, the 7 of diamonds. Simon's bet will get that through. Hovering in around 23 million now, Simon. Bit of momentum going for him. Flop ace, ace 9. All clubs. For the ace of clubs, 9 of clubs. To go with Simon's 5 of clubs, 3 of clubs. And a raise from the 7-4 offsuit from Liu. Interesting raise. Back at him with the 5-3 of clubs. 7.9 million. A non-believer. Has got the club flush draw. But personally, I would just like to see a turn card when I have clubs in my hand and there's 2 on the flop, and my opponent has raised. What? Wow. This is sick. Sausha Leu is putting him all in with 7-4 offsuit. He's 4-bet to 12 million. And Simon not with much behind. Guess it's not a virtual all in. He's have to fold for the rest, but this is quality play by the 7-4 offsuit. Not believing Simon, thinking Simon would just call with an ace and not try make it 7.9 million with an ace here. Therefore, he's putting him on clubs or absolutely nothing, or maybe trying to get him to fold a 9, but it just doesn't make sense. And Simon's moved all in with the 5-3 of clubs. What is going on? That is one of the craziest hands I have seen in a long time. Unbelievable stuff from Simon. Unbelievable stuff by Leu. The moxie and the cojones of these two players is something to behold and quite remarkable. I would need to see that hand again. I don't know how much tells they were giving away, but Simon must have picked up on something. You cannot just jam for your tournament there with 5-3 of clubs on ace, 9-2 clubs. And it's even more remarkable that Simon made that move knowing how much Leu has been hitting the flop and outplaying him for the most part, but also hitting a lot of the boards. What a hand to call. Now, exactly what I said. He didn't want to give up that chip lead, and now they're dead even. And it's all about Leu. Is he able to regroup here? Recenter himself. He's still playing. They're both playing 70 million chips, or 70 big blinds each now. 70 million chips in play, give or take. Is where I was getting the 70 from, but you would have to feel like the momentum is shifting in Simon's favor after that play. When he 3-bets with the 7-4 offsuit, gets clicked, well, raised to 7.9 million and decides to click it for 4 million more with 7 high, then gets stuffed on by 5 high. Granted, he had a flush draw. It is easy to say that that is a blow-up, but in all fairness, it should have worked. Hard to rep an ace there with a click back to 12 million, but crazy how quick he just put it in with the 5-3 of clubs. Only 10 more million for him to call if he did have a 9 or his own sort of flush draw. Sausha Leu Needs to keep his composure here. It ain't over until the fat lady sings. Just regroup now. The shy baby don't get any sweets, and neither of them were shying away from that pot. 7-6 of diamonds for Simon. Leo with jack 9 off suit. And flopping a house here for Simon. Flop, check, check, turn, check, check. River. Has he checked his house a third time? Very clever and tricky here. We'll get a bet of 2.5 million. And you can kiss those chips goodbye, Leo. Simon is going to raise this somewhere in the region of about 7 million. Between 7 and 8.5 million is my prediction. Six and a half was the number he arrived on. Now Simon, 41 million. Leo, 30 million. Really enjoying this heads-up battle. There's always a surprise around the corner in poker, but especially heads-up. It can switch so quick. And it's the hardest part of the game to master, to stay composed, and to not get disgruntled when you start losing pots, because you're in every hand. And you have to keep constantly fighting for those blinds and antes, otherwise your stack will get eaten alive. We'll hear a limp from Leo. Simon 4xing it with the king deuce off suit. Leo with a gut shot, straight draw. Simon just with king high, but is in the lead for now. Bet at 2.7 million on a call. Turn card is a 7 of diamonds. That's going to be a check from Simon. Just shy of 10 million in this pot. 25 million remaining in Leo's stack. Does he want to bet here or just want to check his option? Will check his option. River is an ace of clubs. Simon has to know he cannot win by checking. Surely king high, no good here. It happens to be, but now a bet of 4 million from Simon. If I'm Leu, I'm 10-8. I might consider a raise here, and I would not be surprised to see it. But he might be a bit deflated after that large pot, and he might just let this one go. He's a cheeky young fella, this guy, and he's not afraid. He is going to mull this one over. He does have the straight blocker. He blocks his opponent having king 10. Simon containing the king. And look, guys, I'm on the money here. I predicted a raise, and he has found it. Trying to get his opponent off a one-pair hand. He's raised to 12 million, leaving himself with 14 million behind. Simon letting that one go, having no choice really. The only way Simon could have won that hand was to go over the top, blocking his opponent having the straight with king 10. Oh, a solid play there by Leu. I am really, really enjoying this heads-up battle. So much fun action here live from the King's Resort in Rozvadov, as we will crown a very worthy champion in either Simon or Leu here, this Spanish Poker Festival main event. Check, 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 check. The river. They were going to let this one go with just 7-3 off suit. Simon will win with his jack high. Hard to keep up all these crazy hands. Ace 5-3. 2 spades. Open ender for Leu. Just jack high for Zayu. Limp from Simon, 250k with the king 8 off suit. Top pair with the queen 8 for Leu. Calling the 1 million. Yes, deploy 97. There is just a stacked schedule week in, week out at King's Casino. King's Resort live in Rozvadov. There's always something on. The schedule coming up in the next few months seems to be busier and better than it's ever been. So much to choose from. So many different buy-in levels, so many different festivals. Ace King off suit. Takes it down for Simon. Shows the Ace King. Get your flights booked, get over there, check it out for yourself. See what you think. Sometimes you will just keep busting tournaments and have to analyze the hands. Hopefully analyze them on a 3-hour journey is better than being awake for 3 hours in bed thinking of what might have been. Up goes check, check on ace, 10, 9. Turn is a 9. Play with king 7. Maybe just going for 10 value here with his king high on the turn. Also betting for protection. Denying his opponent's equity. That's the name of the game. Simon will take that one down with a raise to 1.3 million from the 9-8 offsuit. TD is over explaining something to the two players and the dealer. TD's top notch. Everything is on point at King's. Gotta love those graphics in the background as well, lighting up the place. Ball from Leo with the deuces. Jack 10 offsuit checks his option. Jack 6-4 rainbow. 1 million bet by Simon will take this one down. 40 million will play 30 million. Up is ace, ace 10. Goes check, check at the turn. 3 diamonds. Check from Leo. Bet. 1 million by Simon. All by Leo. River, 7 of clubs. Check, check, and this one will be. Oh, he's a pair of trees. Simon will take this one. I thought it was a chop pot. Raised to 1.3 million with the King Queen of Hearts on the button. Pocket trees for Simon. 2 toppest of pairs for Leo. Blinds will go higher than this. They will keep increasing. $5 million in the middle now. Leo just deciding how much to bet, but the problem is his opponent doesn't have much. Going for a full pot size. This will polarize him though, meaning he's not going to bet this much with a 7 or a deuce or a 5. So it's going to cap his range at missed club draws, Jack 10, some sort of bluff or big value. And we will have a break now, but stay tuned lads, because if that last level was absolutely nuts and they're going to go to break and they'll find out things about each other through their friends and whatnot. That's going to make it even more interesting. We will be back in about 13 minutes for the conclusion of the Spanish Poker Festival main event here live at the King's Resort in Rozvadov, so stay tuned.
can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut. You can now come and hang out at the King's Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the King's Lounge? Cut.
Hello and welcome back to the Spanish Poker Festival final table. We are heads up, 67 big blinds. Leu plays Simon Zayu's 49 big blinds, 40 million plays 30 million. Not much in it here. That 10 big blinds can swing very easily. And if you've been watching, you'll see just how much it's been swinging in the last level or two. Some really, really fascinating hands developing in this heads-up battle. And I expect there will be a few more before we crown a champion. Green chips are 25k, white chips are 100k, pink chips are 500k, and I see some yellow chips there. They are worth 1 million each. Blinds will be up as well. 300,000, 600,000 with a running ante of 600,000. Simon gives him a walk the first hand. Get things back underway. Second hand, Jack, 3-3, 2 spades. Bet of 600k. Leu takes that one down. Simon, ace-9 off suit on the button. Raised to 1.3 million. Leu calling with 10-8 off suit. Flop. King, Queen, 8. Leu with the best hand with the pair of 8s. Ace high for Simon. Bet of 1.9 million from Simon. Turn, deuce of diamonds. Check once more, over to Simon. 4.9 million this time. Quite a large bet by Simon. Leu has to fold there because with his 10 kicker, that is a card we want Simon to have for his open enders and his straight draws. Us containing a 10 is bad. However, having said that, I would not have been surprised to see him call a second street. The dude has shown he can be fearless out of nowhere.
To raise 1.3.
Diamond on the button, king 3 of diamonds. You with king queen of clubs. Raise to 2.1 million. That will get Simon to fold his suited king. Can someone explain to me how many, so Apocalypse UK say 136,000 points, like how much is that in real monies? Human dollars, or whatever the equivalent is. I know nothing about the points and what way the point system works on the Twitch stream, in the Twitch chat. Simon checking his 10-3 off suit. Leu checking back. Both with a straight draw. Leu's better straight draw would be a 6. Would actually be a disaster card for Simon. And that's the card that Leu can rep. Betting 1.5 million. Okay, so 0 monies. Was that's no good? But I guess sometimes it's all about the glory. Simon making a great call here with a pair of trees. Fourth pair on the board. Not believing. Leu's bet with his Jack 7 off suit. Simon checks. Leo with 3 deuce off suit. Simon with queen 6 of hearts. 8-4-4 to flop. Rainbow. 1 heart for Simon. Some backdoors. Bet of 1 big blind and a call. Burn is a 5. Giving Leo an open ender. This good shot for Simon. Simon hitting top pair on the river with his queen of hearts. Leo wants nothing got to do with it. Simon with pocket 7s. Call. 2.1 million from Leo with the king queen off suit. Simon just moving all in for 35 million. Leo. King queen off suit. 33 million to call. A lot of blinds shoved by here by Simon. Nearly 60 blinds. And holy moly, Leo calls it off with king queen off suit here. And bing bang boom, just like that. There's 70 million chips in the middle here. Wow, guys, I was not expecting it to be over this quick. Well, just to have a pot of this magnitude. Simon with the pocket 7s. Leo with the king queen off suit. Coin flip for the win, and it is quite the coin flip here. Huge money difference between first and second. Flop is 4-3-3. Sevens way out in front now, 78%. The turn is the 9 of spades. Leo needing a king or a queen here. The river. Oh my God, it's the king of hearts. A crushing blow to Simon. Being eliminated in second place. And so shall Leo has won the Spanish Poker Festival main event for €46,500 and the title. What a river to hit there. Such a massive difference. But you know what? He's played fantastic stuff. Both worthy champions. But on this occasion, Leo has overcome all his opponents at this final table. And he has got him covered. That will be that. That will do for Leo. Thank you very much for joining me today. And look at him as he celebrates with his friends. Congratulations to Leu. Commiserations to Simon. He had him until the river, until the King of Hearts came out of nowhere. And that has done it. He is our Spanish Poker Festival main event champion. Thank you very much for joining me. For now, from the King's Resort, live in Rozvadov, it is good night. I've been Dan Rankin. You've been a great audience. Until next time, take care.